Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper of Viperland, and I'm back here with Anonymous Code, where we, of course, left off on a scene with no music, because that's just how we do. Never plan it that way, it just kind of works. But yeah, things have gone badly. The world is going to be destroyed, and, meteors coming to break everything, and, and this isn't even the prophesized end of the world. This is just the smaller, entree, the hors d'oeuvres, the prelude to the actual destruction of the world, which is apparently something that can be stopped, but only if we stop this from happening. So, hack some satellites, do some things. And now we get to see if it actually worked out or not. And yeah, I believe that's where we left off. So I thought that was a fitting opening song. We stood near the Sun Plaza and waited for the time to come. All around us were people who looked like they'd given up on running away. They were gazing up at the sky with despair in their eyes. Okay, it's gonna work. 32 minutes, yeah. The Estrella stats collided with X2038 20 minutes ago. Excuse me. That part was pretty much perfect. I'm sure the Space Guard missiles are going to hit too. They were set to reach the asteroid. It was about 30 minutes from Earth, or about 330,000 kilometers away. I didn't know if it was going to be visible to the naked eye, but even so, I gulped and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, oh, that's X2038. It was just a white dot in the sky, but even from here I could tell it was no regular star. And if it wasn't stopped, it was going to crash into the Pacific in 30 minutes. There was no way for me to redo any of this. We were about to see if all our efforts had paid off. Cross, Wind, Miss Lid, Mr. Samizu, Nono, even Oz, who they dragged into this mess. Graham, who had been standing outside my house, Momo, who was still injured and struggling to walk. Everyone was looking up at the sky. It's okay. It's nothing to worry about. She whispered like she was trying to convince herself. Pollen was incredible. Everyone was. They all came through. Well, we better, because we can't redo it. I'm sure it'll all work out. 20 seconds until the Space Guard missiles make contact with X2038. Please hit. 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 Just dead already. Hit the damn thing. Seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit. Break that thing apart. It was as if my voice had reached it. Bright light filled the sky of the winter morning. The people around us looked up in shock and confusion. Was that light the world ending? Or the light subsided, and the scenery we saw, the thing we saw when we looked up, I couldn't help but laugh. I'd only just made it out, but I'd actually seen it. I'd seen the asteroid explode and splinter into little pieces. It worked. It really worked. Yeah, it did it. We had one chance, and one had been enough. Momo teared up as my eyes met hers. We looked to each other. Standing in front of everyone who'd helped, I threw my fist in the air. Hackers are wizards. We make the impossible possible. Rao Rao, fight the power. Miss Lid and Nono both grabbed me. Having a meteoric situation slightly. Also, hello Kaleido, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. It's okay. We solved it with explosion, and satellites, and hacking. The 3 important things. Takaoka, you're heckin' awesome! All of you are awesome! Even Win joined them. He was so hyped it was impossible to tell he'd been cowering moments ago. But we were the only ones in high spirits. Some of the people nearby had cheered a little, but they got exhausted and fell into despair again straight away. Right, things weren't over yet. We prevented the asteroid impact, but the Pope had declared that the world would end in a few days. Then again, that was the job for Kent, so... What? I suddenly noticed that Juno was here. Juno, you alright now? How long had she been here? I glanced at her injury. It looked like she'd been treated. She must have had a hospital. Her expression was blank, but then she began crying her eyes out. Kent, my brother, my dearest brother. Wait, no, did something bad... I think something bad happened to Kent. It's subtle. but I'm sure he's fine. Hey, what's wrong? What's wrong? You're wondering what's wrong? Well, you were wasting your time on that asteroid. He was deleted. My beautiful brother was deleted by Asuma Soga. Well, I mean, crap. We were really relying on him, but also Asuma Soga has the power to do literally anything right now, so it's not really surprising. Huh? What did she just say? He's deleted my brother. All traces of him has vanished from the world. What are you talking about? He doesn't exist anymore. Kent, my brother, he's gone. Our joy quickly turned to despair. We lost our only hope of saving the world. Cool, great. We won, but we lost. Hey, hackers are wizards, though. Under heavy fire, Asuma had flown into the sky. Floating above the Shinjuku crater, he looked down and clicked his tongue. He didn't like that Graham had shot him while he was cornering Paul Tanaka. Graham's bullet would never have hit Asuma. It would have automatically stopped before it so much as grazed his body. Asuma was irritated purely because he'd had to rely on his reflexes to evade it. Asuma suddenly began to break apart at the particle level. His body, completely untouched by the overwhelming amount of drone firepower, was shining as it split apart. It looked akin to magic, but Asuma realized immediately that this too was an attack on him. This meant there was still someone out there with the means to attack him. And Asuma quickly realized this person was the wizard-level hacker, Takeda 3301, aka Kent Korihisha. Damn you. Asuma halted the attack. Just before it disappeared altogether, his body, or rather his data, reconstructed automatically. All he'd done was wish for it too. Yeah, how do you beat somebody who can just be like, yeah, no, I changed the rules of the world. The light consuming him vanished, and he was in perfect health again. You're annoying. You're really pissing me off, Kent Korihisha. The moment Asuma growled those words, Amadeus Kent appeared before him. It was clear from Kent's expression that he hadn't intended to make such an appearance. Why don't you get it? Right now in this world, I can do anything I like. I can even summon you before me. Power you wield is not yours. I know that. But what of it? You do realize that those of you trying to protect the world are an absolute minority, don't you? The overwhelming majority wants only to be freed from this shitty world. I would disagree with that. The overwhelming majority has just given up in the face of despair, but that is very different. There's a small child raining meteors and, toppling governments. I feel like, and then the Pope tells everyone the world's going to end even if you beat the kid. I feel like at some point people just give up. Why not respect the will of the people? And respect my will too. You're going to these lengths for yourself alone. It's completely pointless. Also, Eric, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing today? Pisses me off that you think you're in the right. Pisses me off that you think you're in the right. Be that as it may, I will not give up on saving the entire world, all existing world layers, and all the people living within them. The last 25 years have brought me to this decision. And save me too. Why are you trying to kill me? This is why the world's whole simulation is trash. Well, why are we trying to kill you? Because you're trying to end the world. We're trying to not end the world, and you're trying to end the world. And we cannot keep the world from ending while you're ending it. So maybe you have the answer already? It's fine. I also had tacos tonight. They were tasty. Just disappear already. Huh? The white noise of static interference suddenly began crawling over Kent's body. In a moment, he was the one consumed by light. And in another moment, he disassembled entirely. Fragments of light floated around for a few seconds, but soon those too vanished as if he had never been. Asuma had completely deleted Kent Korihisha. IQ below EQ, clearly. And it wasn't just this body he deleted. He had deleted Amadeus Kent Korihisha's data in its entirety. Data that once spread all over the world was now gone without a trace. He hadn't neglected to delete the original Kent's data either, nor the Amadeus system offshoot Kent had built. Kent was gone, and he could never come back. Normally it was impossible to delete data without leaving a single byte of information behind, but as it was now, Asuma could accomplish that feat without any trouble. If he wanted to, he could delete the very memories of Kent Korehisha and Cicada 3301 from the minds of everyone who knew of them. Told you, in this world I can do anything. Then save it. You should thank me. I freed you from a 25-year curse. Now Asuma could finally end the world. The asteroid he'd created would collide with Earth in half an hour. It would instantly kill hundreds of millions. He looked up at the sky. What? And was left speechless. The asteroid was hurtling closer, but as it did, it was pierced by a few small lights. Small lights. Small. And the sky was drowned in light. Asuma knew instinctively that the asteroid had been destroyed. The world would not end at his hands. The future had been changed. Who? Who did this? I mean, you gotta know. He yelled in outrage, but he already had an inkling as to who was responsible. It was you, wasn't it? Lucia, you and Paul Takaoka. Damn right. You know who it is. The CCO office, which was usually at least somewhat lively, was totally silent today. Being alone in this empty office made me feel a bit uncomfortable. The door swung suddenly open and Chief Samizu walked in. Oh, Chief. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw me. You're here already. Oh, yeah, it was surprisingly simple. The roads were empty. You'd never know about all the panicking this morning. You'd never know. Yes, I noticed that myself. The explosions in Uminomori and Odaiba, the drones that ran amok, and the asteroid that almost hit the planet. So many things had happened in such a short time, but as CCO officers, we were completely powerless to stop any of them. The chief had been suspended after the pool hack, and it was hard to tell who was in charge of who anymore. The situation had blown into such a large-scale crisis that we couldn't have done anything about it if we wanted to. If the asteroid had fallen, Tokyo would have been destroyed. That was why, until now, I'd been at home with Riko and Iroha. We'd been sitting together shaking as we waited for the asteroid to arrive. The asteroid had suddenly exploded before impact, and I was still somehow alive. That was when the chief called us. He told anyone who could work today to come into the office. Man, crazy how not even the actual end of the world will stop him from being like, hey, you were scheduled today? Just saying. This doesn't excuse you. I hadn't been informed about his suspension being lifted, so I assumed he was planning something himself. When I saw the message, though, I couldn't ignore it. I rushed to the office right away. I mean, I know this is a different case. They're asking. Very different, but man, I remember when I worked at the grocery store, absolutely, like, there was a snowstorm so bad that they literally shut down roads. Like, if you were not returning home from somewhere, or an emergency vehicle, it was illegal for you to be out driving, and they tried to call me into work. It's like, you were asking me to break the law to get to you to work a grocery store job where, theoretically, no customers will show up because it is illegal to drive. They tried to call me in. They really and honestly tried, and I had to laugh and hang up. Like, it was illegal. It was literally illegal to get there. And they were like, but you're scheduled, you gotta be here. Okay, sure. Sure. And also, yes, the police idol's work is never done. They have the dual duty of being police and idols. That's double the work. Riko and Iroha said that they'd catch up with me after they got changed into their uniforms. Shouldn't you be back with your parents? That's out of the question at the moment. The highways are gridlocked and neither Maglev's nor the bullet train are operating. When X2038 was on a collision course with Earth... Oh, hey, Sora, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Countless people had tried to evacuate, even while knowing there was no way out. The roads had ended up an absolute mess, with almost everybody in a desperate rush to evacuate. Evacuating was the right decision, though, in a way. Experts predicted that the asteroid would cause a tsunami over 100 meters tall. But it had broken apart, and its fragments were expected to cause much less damage. The news said there would be far fewer casualties now. Chief? Would I be correct in assuming that Pollen was somehow involved in the asteroid's explosion? You would. Wow. Couldn't put my finger on why, but I had a feeling he'd done something. He's really something else. Were you involved too? No, I'm an independent party in all this. Well, you know something, right? The asteroid incident may be over now, but we're still in a crisis. This whole thing about the end, is it really true? Apparently so. Knew it. So how's the world coping? Badly. I'd seen the Pope's speech. Honestly, I didn't know what that was about, but it made me feel massively anxious. Everyone is convinced that the end of the world is near. I mean, you just agreed that it is. And word spreading around the globe that our world is actually fake, that it's artificial. That this world is an Earth simulation, all digital. Is that true as well? The notion hard to deny after witnessing what happened between Asuma Soga and the army. It streamed to the entire world. Billions watched that battle unfold live. The Pope didn't include that artificial world detail in his speech, though. Most world leaders have expressed confusion at what he said. The US President is the only exception. He agrees with the Pope. Did you find the Prime Minister? No, chances are he didn't survive. Judging by foreign social media and the like, it looks like most people have accepted the statement as true. It also appears that pious people who truly believe in God have fallen the deepest into despair. Huh? Why are people in other countries so much more depressed? Talking about countries with far higher populations of religious people than Japan. The world is an Earth simulation, then God would have to be its developer, or Gaia itself. Neither of those is anything like the God they believe in. It turned out to be nothing more than an AI, or another person at best. For anyone who found solace in the existence of God, a revelation like that is akin to an outright denial of their life's meaning. Despair is spreading to an extent that people around the world are committing suicide en masse. This is an AI estimate, but it's possible that the number already exceeds 100,000 deaths. What? Many already, but the Pope's speech wasn't even that long ago. The number will surely increase as time passes. We could end up with a figure a dozen times larger. I had no idea that was happening. Only half a day has passed, but already the world's economies have shut down, and order is crumbling. People are split between two extremes. They're choosing either to go outside and throw caution to the wind, or to lock themselves in and wait for the end. Burglaries, murders, rapes, and other crimes are bound to occur, and since police will soon stop functioning, said crimes will go unchecked. Odds are that even the army will throw in the towel. Officers and soldiers are people too, after all, and none of them have any incentive to work anymore. Things are just going to spiral further out of control over the next 10 days until the world ended. After hearing about what Pollen did, That's exactly why we should do whatever we can to help whoever we can. I won't let some boy hacker out-assist me. Chief, if you want me to, I'll sing for a week straight. We don't need songs right now. What? Well, what do you always say? You're right. Idols make smiles. Smiles make idols. So everything that's going on, this is what you're doing? Hello. They still have the best theme. We were joined mid-pep talk by several members of the CCO. You're all fired up, aren't you? I guess you could say that. Oh, apparently, according to their Twitter, today is Iroha's birthday. So, happy birthday. They call her Big Sis. Surprisingly, besides us, Cyberforce stalls, about 10 other people had come in. They were all checking everyone else was alright. Thank you so much for your support. The chief bowed deeply. It's something I need all of you to do. We must locate information regarding world line collapse that Cicada 3301 left somewhere out there. I didn't really understand what the chief was talking about. Still, this may well be our final task as Cyber Countermeasures Office. I'll be counting on you. And lastly, he glanced at me, always remember to wear your cute smile. Said, if this was going to make the world a better place, or help even a single person, I was ready to go above and beyond.
It's ramen.
Oh, hey. Hey, Ramen. Look, it's ramen. The meteor didn't hit, but Kent Korihisha is no longer. And, yeah, but some people have hope, but a lot of people don't. That's where we stand. Going in. Fried garlic chives and liver, please. Coming right up. The world was about to end, so hardly any businesses were open. Yeah, it's Danganronpa, you know. You gotta have some hope, you gotta have some despair. Pretty shocked when I saw this place was carrying on like normal. Still, it was lunchtime, but Oz and I were the only customers here. Looking a little worse for wear. Guess the world and I have that in common right now. Wait, I just remembered that I never thanked you. We couldn't have pulled off the meteor hack without you. Thanks. It's not like I did it all by myself. You guys ran most of that relay race. I just carried the baton to the finish line. And I had to get scolded by a guy half my age before I knew what was what. Excuse me. It did help me get back on my feet, though. What's the 4chan thread summary? God, the number of idiots worshipping Asuma Soga as God is increasing rapidly. Great. Wonderful. That is 100% how 4chan would handle this. Immediately. Yeah, no. They'd probably refer to him as like the Shota Kami or something. 100% how 4chan would handle this. Yep. The world is ending. A small child has superpowers that are going to hasten the end of the world. Let's worship the kid. Yep. Yep, that's how it would go. Nothing you can do to stop the world ending. I'm eating ramen. Yeah, that's fair. Imagine the memes. I mean, if we're going out, the internet as a whole is going to be going out making sick memes about it. Anyway, enough about me. Yeah, I wasn't here to thank him. You talked to Juno yet? Well, yeah. It took a lot to calm her down. She almost killed me a bunch of times. Yeah, that sounds right. After losing Kent, Juno was in such a bad way that it had taken all of us to pacify her. I'm honestly shocked you were even able to and that she didn't kill anyone. Legitimately shocked. She's clearly capable of doing so. She has proven countless times. Not only capable, but like, willing to. In the end, there was nothing we could do to bring back Kent Korehisha. Miss Lid had contacted Kurisu Makase about looking into Amadeus Kent. Okay, hold on. What's the next 4chan thread summary of depression? The number of dumbasses demanding that Asuma Soga be killed is increasing rapidly. Wow. It's been like half a day, and that's already where 4chan stands. It's the same day. It's the same day. It's not long after the meteors. Misleading content. Okay, looking into Amadeus Kent. Turns out that all his data and even the systems related to him were wiped off the face of the earth. Yeah, they're gonna name drop her, but that's it. Job was real though, apparently. Through end, she shows up for like one frame just to be like, hey look! It was nearly impossible to delete every trace of something from the internet. Nah, I doubt it would work this way, but the best way she could show up, honestly, the best way she could have shown up is when Oz was in full despair mode, and if she just showed up out of nowhere, it's just like, snap the fuck out of it, and just slaps him, and he's like, oh, yeah, okay, I'm good. That would have been, I mean, that would have been the perfect time for her to just show up. But I like the way it played out. The way it played out was actually good. I really do like it. But, like, that would have been the time. But Asuma had done it. And he'd done it in an instant. It would have been perfect. Yeah. Maybe some local data somewhere that nobody had noticed, but finding it would take time. This Asuma's handiwork we're talking about here. There's no way anything's left. Up till now, I figured Kent would just take care of things for us. That was why Momo and I had been looking for him. So him getting scrubbed has really screwed stuff up. And since I couldn't load either, I couldn't even go back to that moment and try again. Garlic chives and liver stir fry. Man, half of that sounds great. All of that but one word sounds great. The guy put the dish in front of me. Thank you. None of the local supermarkets, convenience stores, or internet delivery services were working properly. Just getting food was a mission in itself right now. Hot meals like this were something to savor. But I wasn't actually that hungry. I kind of ordered it out of habit. Still, I wasn't going to waste it. Scooped up some white rice with the liver. So, what did you learn from Juno? Did you find out what Kent was planning? No, Kent didn't tell her much either. Even though they were brother and sister? Would you tell her much? Well, that's probably why she's so messed up in the first place. But the CCO is onto a good lead. They'd spent the past few days carefully sifting through all sorts of internet logs. Oh, okay, so it's not... I wasn't paying attention to the date. This must actually be later. Good old Kaoru. How do they find it? Okay, this is Sunday... well... Then I guess I wasn't paying attention to the dates. Some time must have... Actually, hold on, I can check. Because... my last save was on that day. Yeah, okay, that's 10:01. Gotcha. So some time has passed. It's not hours later where 4chan is worshipping the child. It is days later, but it's still... So, Pietro Bertone, the man who died at the Sagrada Familia 12 years ago. The cardinal who burned up. He was anti-fate, wasn't he? He raised Rosario, too. Apparently Kent trusted Bertone a lot. They used to communicate in secret. With Rosario's help, we followed a trail to a paper notepad, and Kent's name was in there. Rosario hadn't fully recovered yet, but she still flew to Spain to find it. There was a hint in the notepad about how the world could still be saved. Gotta love analog. Yeah, you can't delete paper. I mean, I guess if he wanted to, he could. Didn't hit. Kent got deleted on the 8th. Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah. Alright. So whatever it is that Kent left, can someone make it work? Probably not. The entire mass media ditched their work and ran off. Can't get any info. Crude news. Kent was plotting to hack the Earth simulator. I mean, Gaia? What's the purpose? Not the Gaia in our world layer, but the one above us. Whoa. So, he wanted to hack this world. Yep. Worldline collapse. That's what Kent came up with in order to save all the world layers. And to pull that off, apparently, he's planning to put this world under stress, or high load. High load? We're talking quantum computer here. But there's no other way to force a worldline divergence in every single world layer at the same time. The problem is, only Kent Korehisha, the top echelon of the wizard tier hackers, had a shot at it, if that. No run-of-the-mill hackers can pull that shit off, even if there's thousands of them and they spend their entire life trying to do it. Well, at least it was clear we'd never get this done before the end of the world. We shared it on 4chan's hack board, obviously, and people were talking it over, but still. Things don't look so good. The fried garlic chives and liver were bland. It wasn't like the chef had forgotten how to cook. I just wasn't in any state to enjoy food. They knew why. The end of the world. Yeah, huh? We probably didn't have the means to pull off what Kent had planned, and finding another way to save the world seemed unlikely, but more importantly... Hey, Oz? Yeah? Yeah? I couldn't save her load anymore. The thought had made me so anxious I couldn't sleep, and I'd been vomiting up pretty much everything I ate, too. Honestly, though, I'd been relying on it too much. After learning more about what Dad did, my emotions were in a better place, and I felt kind of proud to be a hacker now. But the end was approaching fast, and it didn't feel like I could help Momo without my abilities. Anxiety was crushing me, but despite all that, I didn't even have the courage to try loading the save data you made, Anna. No, forget it. Just couldn't find the words. I was heading home. There wasn't a single person to knock on a station. Everyone had vanished from the city. The fragments of X-2038 had caused a tsunami in the Pacific, but it was so small that there were almost no casualties. So that wasn't the reason the city was so deserted. Right now, people were either locking themselves up at home and waiting for the end, or gathering in groups to seek comfort in others. Things were about the same all over the world. 2 days ago, this place was full of people running around or watching the asteroid coming down. But now there was no such people here. Public transportation was non-operational, and the roads were almost devoid of cars. I couldn't even see any self-driving buses. Some businesses had bought their shutters down, while others had kept theirs up and been looted. Some even had been abandoned by employees and left with empty shelves. Some still had AR character out front, though, cheerfully inviting more customers inside. There was nobody at Symphony tonight. None of us had gotten enough sleep over the past few days, so I told everyone to get some rest. Momo had volunteered to look after Juno. It seemed like she had something to discuss with her, though. I had taken her to a break. I had told her to take a break, though. No broadcast available. Please check the programming list for broadcast time. Signal may be unstable due to weather conditions. Yeah, okay. The economy had frozen, and society was at a standstill as people held their breaths. The world was dying a slow death already. At least that's how the silence made me feel. So we're doing good. Doing good. A week flew by. The deadline was getting dangerously close. We had 3 days left before the end of the world, and no idea how to prevent it. A wasted week didn't do my anxiety any favors, given the circumstances. There were even fewer people out in the city than before. Infrastructure had collapsed, and people who hadn't prepped couldn't even get any food. All they could do was starve as the end approached. The snow that had fallen this morning made the city feel even more silent. Fun note, it doesn't make it feel more silent, it actually is more silent. The way that like snow falls before it's compressed and it has like all those little air bubbles and air pockets between it actually does absorb sound. So it doesn't feel quieter when there's snow on the ground, it actually is. That was when Momo called me out of the blue. She'd spent the past week hanging out with Juno. I assumed she wanted to learn whatever else she could about Kent from her. It felt like it had been a while since I'd heard from her. She said she wanted to meet up and talk, and suggested going to the park where we'd first seen each other. I was already here, but I couldn't see her anywhere. I parked myself on a bench when... Colin, sorry I took so long. Here, it's for you. Momo joined me. She ran up and handed me something. I took it without thinking, then realized it was some warm milk tea. It's my treat. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's one of those things that we all subconsciously know that it's quieter when it's, like, snowing out, but, like, it is, and there's an easy, obvious reason for it, too. I was surprised she managed to find something like this. Maybe she was a little late, because she'd been searching. Like, it's not like it makes it harder to hear somebody next to you or anything, but, like, distant sound, something that would normally, like, bounce off the ground a little bit, just gets absorbed instead. Open areas, and it's dead quiet. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like, it'll absolutely deaden a lot of just environmental sound. It also helps that a lot of, like, critters and stuff that might be out and making noise, like birds and insects and stuff, obviously wouldn't be in the middle of snow. That definitely helps too, but it really does dampen just a lot of environmental sounds. I was surprised she managed to find something like this. Maybe she was a little late because she'd been searching. The world's economy had practically shut down. Pretty much every vending machine had been emptied already. The milk tea was so warm that I... Colin, what's wrong? Huh? Oh, nothing. My anxiety must have shown on my face. This sudden kindness... Oh, true that Amatsu is responsible for the end too? Oh, whatever. This sudden kindness almost broke me. It felt like I was about to cry out. Asuma, I don't know why I said Amatsu, but... No, not just any kindness. I was trying to read it quick. It was Momo's kindness. Maybe that's why. I don't think I can help you anymore. Sitting on the bench, I looked away from her. I was relying on my saves, and now that they're gone, I just don't know what to do. I'm a third-rate hacker, too. Man, I sure am pathetic, huh? At that moment, I felt something warm press against my back. But it doesn't change how much coverage you've given me, or courage you've given me, wow, over and over again. Momo, it's the other way around. Without your positivity, I would have never made it this far. I always said I'd help you out, but you ended up helping me way more. Wow, it's almost like you two helped each other and support each other. It is an ICG, I do agree. It is weird that her tattoo isn't there in the CG. But, yeah. Stylistic choice, I don't know. I'm glad you think that. That means I'm a valuable member of Nakano Symphonies. Hey, Colin? I need you to give me just a little more courage. Let me rely on you, please. Huh? I save the world. I need the resolve to do one thing. Something very difficult and painful. But I don't want to waste this one last chance. I couldn't bear to lose this world, this place that has you and everyone else important to me in it. That's true. That's true. This is us viewing it from outside a person's view. That's fair. Yep, that would do it. And I think I finally know what I can do to save it. So, Pollen, will you come with me? Like, this is just our player point of view. This isn't a camera, this isn't an eye. Oh, yeah, that checks out. Momo. But I'd be useless to her now. I don't need someone who can save and load. I need you, Pollen. As long as you're with me, I... Through her warmth against my back, I felt her trembling. It wasn't because of the cold, I could tell. Didn't know what she was planning, but I still had to decide whether or not I should encourage her. Even if I was useless, even if I went out this way. This was about whether I could keep my promise to her. Whether I was prepared to die for that promise. It must have taken a lot for Momo to ask this of me. She was asking me to die for her, for the world itself. Well, my answer to that was obvious. Help you like I always have. We'd probably have to face Asuma, and when we did, I'd be powerless. I'd lose the fight in a second. It's shorter than that. I probably wouldn't even be able to protect Momo either. Fear and anxiety welled up in my heart, but still, I'll help you until my last breath. That's what my team and I are all about. I was trying to look cool, show I had courage, and tell the truth all at once, and it didn't matter that I couldn't prove I meant every word. And Momo's response, thank you. Glad to hear you say those words. I'm going to give it all I have. I don't want to stay unless useless to the very end. Momo told me what she had in mind, and it was way heavier and more shocking than I could have expected. And getting me to go along with it before she told me what she was planning. Momo, that wasn't too kind. I mean, you know. Gotta get it to work somehow. Night fell, and Momo presented her idea to everyone. I have a proposal for saving the world from its imminent end, and I have to bonus. No self-sacrifice here, I'm sure. She opened with those words. Juno was among the people she'd called. World line collapse is crucial in averting the end. This raises the question of how we can make it happen. Our world is digital, a Gaia simulation. I'm afraid that seems to be the case at this point. But Kent wanted to use that truth to our advantage. He believed we could control the world if we exploited a weakness in its system. A high load on the world would most likely cause the Gaia QCDC, the computer maintaining Gaia, to reboot. So in essence, we would be forcing Gaia's simulation to reset. That's the outline of the world line collapse. What would happen after the reset? Kent's conclusion was that the world simulation would synchronize with the most recent state of the topmost layer, then restart. To be honest, the year 2038 problem isn't an unsolvable issue. Then why is it a certain insurmountable threat to the world? There's an infinite number of world layers, but ultimately they all exist within a single computer. The topmost layer is Gaia QCDC. Meaning if even a single world layer malfunctions, that will adversely affect the original Gaia QCDC. I mean, it's fiction, we're gonna roll with it, obviously, but like, it's hard to say, like, my guts tell me that's not how that works, but like, at the same time, I'm thinking of it from like, I'm basically thinking of these worlds as like nested if statements, but that's probably not quite how they would end up being, and especially because it starts at a quantum computing level. We were already shown quite succinctly that physics in the quantum level do not always make sense in any way whatsoever. So, you know, just gonna roll with it, it's fine. I believe the vast majority of the world layers have already addressed the year 2038 problem. Actually, do you know what? Yeah, for sure all below, yes. But at the same time, if I had a computer and I had Windows open, and I ran a Windows emulator in that, then a Windows emulator in that, then a Windows emulator in that for like dozens of layers, if one of those crashed, I kind of get the feeling it would impact things on both ends of it. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems to me like that might affect things on both ends. If one of them had a memory leak and started screwing things up, maybe both sides would be impacted, not just down the line. But I don't know. I'm going to roll with what they're saying. I'm just speaking out what my assumptions on the matter are. But yeah, I tend to agree. Logically, it makes sense if it only affects things downstream, not upstream. Okay, we'll roll with it. We don't have quantum computing. We don't have world simulators. It's a game. We'll just roll with all of it. It's fine. The same can be said for our world layer, but that doesn't mean every single layer has dealt with it perfectly. It's down to pure probability. The more layers there are, the greater the chance that one has made a mistake. Just one mistake is enough to affect all the other world layers. That's true. Yeah, that would check out. So to avoid that, all existing world layers need to receive a mandatory data fix for the year 2038 problem. I see, which leads to causing the world line collapse here. Yes. Assuming that the topmost world layer has eliminated the year 2038 problem, we will bring about the world line collapse, reset all world layers, and synchronize them with the topmost layer. According to Bertone's memos, Kent assumed that synchronizing with the top would actually turn back time a little. Earth Simulator simulated the future, after all. And considering we were in one of those simulated futures, from our perspective, the topmost layer was actually in the past. A 100% sync rate between all world layers. This is synonymous with the year 2038 problem having been eliminated in each and every layer. Failsafes would stop it. True, but I don't think at any point any of these failsafes were designed with the assumption of infinite regressing full versions of our universe, or at least our planet Earth, if nothing else. I don't think any systems have had any failsafes for that. But it makes sense. The second you simulate a universe, simulate a world, if you're trying to simulate Earth down to the degree that you can find someone's password, then at some point that simulated world also will simulate a world, and it will recurse forever. Like, it's just how it is. Especially, oh yeah, free software of infinite iterations. Absolutely impossible, yes. And after that happened, each world would progress into their own futures again, and the sync rate with the topmost world layer would gradually drop. The 100% sync rate only needed to last a single moment. A moment would be enough to reset every layer once, and that was what we needed. Pretty drastic solution you got there. Gaia QCDC exists in our world layer too, doesn't it? What would happen if we force reset it? Based on what you said, forcing Gaia QCDC in any world layer to reset from overload would have the same effect. He brings up a very good point. Apparently Kent already tried that. Why didn't it work? He hacked into every QCDC in the world, Gaia institutions included, and overloaded them. And, wait, never mind. If that had worked, we wouldn't even be discussing this right now. Then why would hacking the one above us work? As you've guessed, nothing happened. That was when Kent concluded that, rather than hacking into our own world as gods, we must hack into God's world. He did say that, didn't he? But what does it mean? A scenario where a resident of a world layer hacks the upper layer's systems running the Earth simulation that they're in. According to him, only a contradiction that intense. That's why. It's contradicting the system, and that's what forces it to go, wait, no, that can't be, and shut down. We're not trying to shut it, well, we are trying to shut it down, but we're trying to shut it down by overloading it. So, yeah, so it's a logic error. Okay, that checks out. That makes sense. Only a contradiction that intense would put enough load on the QCDC to force a restart. We have to influence the world layer above us. Back into God, eh? Not even that is guaranteed to work, though. Hold on, this whole talk is focused on resetting the world, but if that happens, won't we all lose our memories? It wasn't just us, the memories of everyone in the world would be overwritten by the memories of their topmost world layer selves. Then, what's the point of risking everything to save the world? If we consider ourselves as sentient beings distinct from our originals, then the closing of the world layers would result in the deaths of an infinite number of lives. She's not wrong, but that's a heavy way of thinking of things. Two forces that instead, yeah. Momo for sure, yeah. She, in theory, only exists in this line. Yeah. Well, I mean, she existed, but the now Momo, yes. I imagine that's what Kent Croatia was trying to prevent. In the end, logic isn't everything. Whether to accept that you're nothing but data or say, screw that, believe in yourself, that you're human. Kent Croatia chose the latter. Yeah, not Momo, yeah. These two. Except, quite like Krisu, she's already made up her mind. It's a matter of pride. I see. I can relate to that line of thinking. Naturally, we would resist too. We weren't data, we were alive. So, little lady, you got any plans to do this world line collapse? Yes, I do. Momo nodded confidently. Kent tried to cause the world line collapse by hacking the world itself, but that was something only Kent, the best of wizard tier hackers, was capable of. He was right, none of us had the skill to do that. Hell, no one else in the world did. So I came up with an alternate plan, something I can do. I was originally an artificial brain, but one day I suddenly incarnated into this body. During my time with the Vatican as an artificial brain and after incarnation, I was connected to their QCDC, Necro Pilgrimage. The purpose was to bestow miraculous powers, sacraments, to the agents of the Holy Office 513. I have this so-called factor, which is a quality shared among those who experience miracles, like my contact with Our Lady. If someone connected with me online through Necro Pilgrimage, they would be able to use the sacrament. My plan is to exploit that. Exploit? What do you mean? I heard that the Vatican... I'll head to the Vatican and enter the reservoir. It should still be there. Once ready, I'll call out to the people of the world and ask them to connect with me online. Oh, you're gonna spirit bomb spiritual powers. Right now, only the members of the Holy Office 513 are granted access to Necro Pilgrimage, but I will connect to it from the reservoir and open its channels to the entire world. Oh. Spirit bomb God. So that we can have as many people use sacraments as possible. DDoS God. Hey, you know, not for nothing, if every single person in your simulation that's supposed to be a hyper-realistic simulation start using honest-to-God superpowers, that's going to stress the system a bit. Apparently, after my incarnation, my factor became incredibly powerful, far stronger than it had been when I was an artificial brain. If several hundred million people use powerful sacraments at once, that could potentially put a high load on the world. Sacraments were miraculous powers that normal people could never normally use. She was thinking of granting them to millions. An overwhelming number of such unthinkable events unfolding at once would overload the world, Gaia, and force it to reset. The world population is about 9 billion. Catholics alone amount to 1.3 billion. The key is how many people will be able to persuade into using sacraments. You got any proof this will work, little lady? You think it's enough to cause the world to reset? I mean, do you have a better plan? Do you have any alternative? Like, yeah, this is a long shot, but like, do you have a better plan besides sitting and drinking and waiting for the end? I don't have any proof. But Kent didn't either. His plan wasn't guaranteed to work. He knew it would be a gamble. That's what he said when we talked about the world line collapse. This was the only plan I could come up with that maximized my ability. It might not be enough to overload the world. It's possible nothing will happen. To begin with, I have to go deep inside enemy headquarters to connect myself to Necro Pilgrimage. The agents of the Holy Office will be there to eliminate me. You know, our entire world being data really does cement the fact that how Taku's abilities could really work. I mean, they work it out scientifically, but you know, Gigalomaniacs work a lot better when everything's data. I guess so does time travel, but I don't even know how that, like, the time travel bit is still wonky. Like, if we're all data, when Okabe time leaps and that changes things, does that change the timelines for every simulation, or does that one simulation just like bump a little bit in the timeline? Does one person messing with the timeline affect every single simulation? Who knows? There's no answer to this, but like, yeah. We only have one chance, and failure would mean the end of everything. I mean, I guess it would have to, right? Yeah. Who knows? Maybe Okabe's, maybe the Steins Gate world is the top layer. We don't know. I mean, just because all the Cytobi games take place in the same general world, who knows? Maybe all the previous ones have taken in the topmost world layer, and only this one takes place in a somewhere in the infinite. I would have to shift to simulate that layer. Yeah, yeah. Even if we succeed, the outcome may be different from what we want. But still, rather than give up and wait for the world to end. Well, yes, of course they are. But a world simulator would have to simulate the entirety of the world. That's why... No, they simulate the whole breadth and width of humanity. That's why they were able to go back and pluck her from the past. That's why the Vatican was so sure that these holy events existed, because they could just rewind that tape a little bit to an earlier part of the simulation and go, oh damn, look, that's a holy event happening right there. So like, we are at this point of it, but like in theory, the simulation had to have covered the entirety of human existence. Rather than give up and wait for the world to end, I want to do everything I can for the sake of the world and its people. They're just in a simulation, like, those previous ones would just be theoretically in a simulation that just hasn't hit now yet. Or, you know. Yep, it sounded about right. This was our only choice. We were out of other options. The stakes were high and our odds were low. It was a gamble for sure. I mean, I've definitely heard the concept that our world now could be a digital world, and like, from a philosophical point of view, if humanity were to ever make technology strong enough to simulate a world to this degree, to the degree that they do here, then it is actually statistically more likely than we're in a simulated world than we are not, because if there is one real world and an infinite recursive level of simulated worlds, statistically, 1 versus infinity, you're a little more likely to be in the infinite. Just a smidgen, just a little statistic. I haven't taken a math class in a while, but I'm pretty sure infinity is a little greater than 1. Data's not correct. Yeah, so like, and every new big step forward in things like, you know, ChatGPT and AI and stuff like that only makes it seem more likely that this stuff isn't as far off as it seems. It's a gamble for sure. Very much a big who cares. Correct, yes. The thing is, whether it is or isn't affects personal day-to-day lives 0. It would affect nothing. But it is an interesting thought experiment. But you're right, it would absolutely, even if it was absolutely confirmed right now, we live in a simulation, what would it change? Like, nothing. People would freak out because, you know, the way they think about the world is different, but like, remember we were building hobby robots on a small island? Yeah. Remember when an evil corporation took those small hobby robots and, like, you know, leg boosting helper things and snapped a poor woman's spine in half and dumped her off a cliff? Yeah, that happened too. Yeah. Good times, good times, good times. But Momo was all in. Not sure how I'll be able to contribute, but let me help you. I can only do what I usually do, but if that's okay with you guys. I'm a member of Nakano Symphonies, and we back each other up. People use ChatGPT for their "I'm sorry" reply. Oh, if they put out that Golem game at like a budget $20 title, it would be harmless. It's stupid. It's not good. It definitely uses a license poorly. We'll go with poorly. And it's buggy as hell, but like, if it was like a $15, $20 budget release, nobody would care. It's the fact that they had the gall to put it out full price. But also, I think it worked out in their favor. Like, if we're talking pure monetary wise, I bet you they had more people buying the game just to be like, it can't be that bad, or I have to stream it, it's so bad. I bet you they made more money by putting out, but I think its notoriety as a trash game made them more money. But also, I'm never gonna play it. Like, if I want to play a Lord of the Rings game, I never finished Shadows of War, or Shadows of Mordor. I never finished that one. Oh yeah, of course no refunds. Duh, that's the first step. You cut off all refunds. Yeah. Colin? Hey, Colin. Why haven't you said anything? You understand what this plan really means. Tengen, what's this about? Like the little lady said, it's got the potential to take out the year 2038 problem across all world layers. That means the entire world can be saved, along with virtually all the people in the world layers. All except for one individual. There is? Who? Who won't? You know who it is, right, Paulin? Jeez. The game's budget was $15 million, they sold 400k. Okay, so... Oh, because making video games is very expensive.
Magic.
Making video games is very expensive. Like, it's insane how expensive making video games is. That's part of the reason a lot of games, you know, try to either raise prices or find ways to get more money, because the price of games in general has only gone up a little bit, but the price of making games is ridiculous right now. $14.6 million on the floor. Yeah, it is. What's that for the name and marketing? I would believe that. I would. I also looked at Momo. You little lady. Yeah, she knows. You're the only one who won't make it. Your entire existence is going to be wiped out. Not true. Her current... I mean, it won't erase what she was. It will erase what she is. If that makes any sense. What, for real? Yes. Since there's no such person as Momo Izaki in the topmost world layer, I'll be gone. Ours was the only world with Momo in it. She was someone who should never have existed to begin with. Let's strive and email her up to infinite layers. Yeah, of course. The guy in the layer above ours had created her as a potential means to avert the end. When all the world layers had a 100% sync rate, Momo, who didn't exist on the topmost layer, would be gone forever. So you were aware. You knew about it, Pollen? Yeah. That was what Momo had to make up her mind about. Pollen, you okay with this? Fuck no, I wasn't, but... made a promise. So I'll help Momo no matter what. I'm gonna back her up with everything I've got, so she can achieve what she wants. She's one of us, and I'll be there for her. I'll honor her decision. My fist clenched as I spoke. I was half serious, half putting on a front. No, I was bluffing. I'd spent the few hours since she told me her plan asking myself whether I should stop her. But the thing was, it didn't matter if the end came or if Momo's plan was a success. She wouldn't make it either way. She knew that, but she wasn't wavering in the slightest. She'd been that way since the moment we met. Only ever thinking about what she could do to save the world. She'd always done whatever she could to achieve that goal. I'd promised to help her in any way I could. She was in need, and I couldn't stand idly by. Momo wasn't wavering, so I couldn't either. I'm in this with Momo. Thank you. I mean, it also makes sense. She's screwed regardless. Why not, try to help the world? Okay. That was my answer. No, it was our answer. The answer Momo and I had chosen together. Oh, hello. The door opened and Felino Arcana stepped inside the Sistine Chapel. Oh, of course. Outside, St. Peter's Square was full of believers. Their reaction to the crisis varied wildly. Some wept in sadness, others prayed silently, and select people were cursing the Pope. But all the buildings in the Vatican were firmly secured, so nobody could get inside them. The Sistine Chapel, which was often full of tourists, was no exception. Inside, the empty chapel was enveloped in a solemn aura, and the silence was almost deafening. But it wasn't completely empty. A certain someone was sitting below the fresco of the Last Judgment. Welcome, Asuma Soga. Oh. Hey. It was Asuma, all alone. He seemed like a frail little boy. It was hard to imagine that this was the child who destroyed a Japanese city, created an asteroid, and plunged the world into such chaos. How are you finding this chapel? Would you not agree that it depicts beautifully the wonder of the blessed end to come? All that has transpired is the will of the Lord, the promised end and the birth of a new world. I thank him immensely for his grace in letting me witness this moment. Asuma Soga, that you have come to us now shows that we are of one mind. Thus, I welcome you, so that we might welcome the brilliant end together. Faced with a certain danger, however, there are transgressors out there who dare to defy the will of our Lord. I expect you are quite familiar with them. Must loathe them, no? You've been an extremist from the moment you first set eyes upon the heretical forms. Do loathe them, embrace your anger, and then join hands with us, that we might cast the transgressors into the flames of hell. We welcome you with open arms. Shut up. Don't talk to me. What do? I'll just delete you from the world. Maybe I'll wipe out your tiny little Vatican with you. So don't bother talking to me. I don't want to hear anyone anymore. I don't want to hear anyone's voice. Stop talking. Ballsy. A kid who can, quite honestly, erase every moment of your life from this world says, don't want to talk to you right now. And you go, I'm going to talk anyway. Why are you here then? If you're not here to cling to our Lord, or use us to further your cause, then why have you come? As they're coming here, the two thorns in my side. They're the only ones who don't do as I want them to. Only ones. They even outplayed me when I tried to bring an asteroid down. They outplayed me, without saving and loading either. Fully outplayed you. They've always been like that. They never do what I expect or want. They're always one step ahead. They always carry themselves like they can handle anything. Hell, why is this? Shit. They think they're so cool. Are you sure you're not projecting a little bit, Asuma? You sure you're not projecting just a little bit? Mr. I made the world's fastest Rubik's Cube my input device so I could be showy and flashy instead of something subtle that I could possibly hide. Really? Mr. Think you're so cool. I know exactly what they're planning now. I won't let them do it. I won't let them save the world. They think there's hope. They don't even have any doubts, so I'll break their spirits completely and then finish them off. Too close to home for me. I still think that the jump scare of him showing up on the saving and loading screen was freaking genius and powerful. That's why I'm here. Yeah, can't wait to see the looks on their faces. It's what they deserve for screwing with me. That was really good. Then we are indeed of one mind. Join us and... Shut up. Are you really going to make me repeat myself? Didn't you hear me the first time? Polino shuddered at the sheer malice in the boy's glare. I don't want to see you again. Beat it. He was looking up at her, but she felt as if she was being looked down upon by an entity far greater. Because, yes, that's what's happening. Even though it's not technically him. I guess it's the him from the layer, but whatever. This boy could erase her existence at any moment, and without any effort on his part. Polino cowered at the thought. It was the first time she'd felt as if another had absolute control over her continued existence, because he does, and she found it deeply humiliating. Yeah, it ain't cool. Felino turned away from Asuma and walked quickly out of the chapel. Countdown to the end. Great. The end was near. We had just over 3 hours left. Also, hey, Jude. Oh, hey, I'm Button Depressed. How's it going, Jude? Welcome to Viper Link Chat. Thank you for 67 monthly subscription.
Oh, hey,
Huge.
a button to press
Fantastic.
to wine
Awesome.
jam.
And Leviathan. You know, I think Leviathan would not help save this world right now. It would only just drown more bits of it. Yeah. It's the final countdown, you could say. You could indeed. I was in Rome for the first time in my life, and the whole place was silent. The entire world was deep in despair. There was no hope of salvation. God had abandoned us. I looked up at the sky above the Vatican. Dark clouds speckled a darker sky. Damn it. It's like someone's warning me. I have a bad feeling about this. Really? We weren't even close to the Vatican yet. But I sensed someone there. A dread overwhelming enough to fill anyone it touched with awe and fear. It was like a heavy wall separating us from them. I knew they were there. I knew by instinct. Below the dark sky stood the agents of the Holy Office 513 and Asuma, but we'd come too far to turn back. Momo was waiting for the operation to start. She was sitting on the famous steps here in Piazza de Spagana. She looked pretty tense. Natasha the new potato. Oh, very nice. Congrats. It's entertaining. It ain't going well. The world is going to end in 3 hours and, what was it, 16 minutes? And there's a small boy who has the power of God and can do anything he wishes, who wants the world to end, and we don't want the world to end. So, cool. That's the whole way to level 90. Yeah, apparently. That is cool, because I know there's a lot of people who are nervous in parties. But man, I'm glad I got to do it as a group. But it's never bad to give people an option. Platinum End taught us that well. I haven't actually watched Platinum End, but I saw a video on it. That counts. Yeah. That's true. You can AFK if you want. That's fair. Nobody's gonna be like, oh my god, where are they? I always do new content once through a trust, just because I like to see what the character interactions are. Who could blame her though? Some of us had considered starting this whole thing earlier, but the plan needed a whole lot of prep work, so we'd ended up having to go through with it now. Hey Takaoka, check this out! More than 10,000 hackers have pledged their support now. We've even got some wizard tier hackers offering to help, like Dash! Oh, based. Damn it. Based on what? Hey, Dash is helping us. Hell yeah. Gather around, y'all. Pollen is determined to save the world. Quest live coverage. They say they'll support Izaki remotely when she's trying to reach Necro Pilgrimage. Those are the same people who gave us such a hard time during the quest. We can count on them. I hated these hackers until recently, but now I felt like I should apologize. I really appreciated their help with this. Okay, let's go through the plan one more time. Faster. Yeah, I haven't been doing dailies a lot. It's fine. First step is to get Momo underneath the Vatican, where Necro Pilgrimage is kept. We've worked with hackers all over the world to establish 3 entry routes for once she's inside the Vatican, A, B, and C. When the operation starts, the security systems in every door along the 3 routes will be disengaged. We should be able to get straight to the goal, non-stop. There are 2 problems, though. First, the agents of the Holy Office 513 are obviously going to be ready for this. The plan involved going into the enemy headquarters. A bunch of agents like David and Ronan would be waiting for us. Just thinking about them made me shudder. Considered using Juno's quantum teleportation to get Momo to Necro Pilgrimage instantly, but if we did that, there would be no one to protect Momo after she got into the reservoir. The strategy is to have Momo protected by Pollen, Oz, and Juno. Graham and his SFG are going to be there too, so 71 people. Graham and his soldiers had actually volunteered to help us with this. Not all the soldiers were from the SFG, they'd also been joined by some elites from armies of other countries. Having professional soldiers on our side was pretty reassuring, even if they were probably going to struggle with the agents. Mitz cheats, she's AI. Mitz is just that good. Though we're dealing with any agents that show up, Momo, don't stop for even a second. Let the others worry about the agents. Okay. The other problem is Asuma Soga. Yeah. We don't know where or when he's going to make an appearance. If he wanted to, he could delete everyone along with the Vatican itself. Pollen and Juno, you'll have to distract him at all costs if he shows up. Okay. Okay? What about that sounds okay to you? Distracting him won't do it. I'll kill that little worm. He's mine. Yeah, good luck. Although he's going to be alive and kicking once the Worldline collapse hits. And his despair would be reset at the same time. At least that was what I wanted to believe. I don't care what happens next. I'm going to kill him because I want to kill him. Well, if you think you can do that, then have at him. Didn't think she could even put a scratch on Asuma. Personally, I was just planning to run around. It was all about how I'd saved my own ass long enough for a moment to cause the Worldline collapse. Operation starts at 1:14 UTC. Everyone prepare for it while you still have time. Ooh, it's minutes away now. I took out the handgun I had fixed to my wrist, waist even, and checked its safety, ammo, and stuff. Graham had given this to me just in case. I didn't think it would help against Asuma though. It won't, no. A sudden fear came over me and I couldn't stop shaking. I wasn't the same guy who'd participated in the quest anymore. Asuma could kill me in the blink of an eye. Struggling to cope, I wrapped my arms around myself. I'm so pathetic. Damn it. The midsummer sun smiles and beams, and at the cheer invited by the southern wind. Momo was reciting that poem again. The wondrous magic will soon show its gleams, the omen of tears and joy undimmed. Still don't remember how it goes after that. No, maybe that's where it ends. I tried looking it up myself a few times, but I couldn't find it anywhere. How about we add to it ourselves, then? Huh? Let's make more lines for it. I like that idea. Let's do it. That's true. The OG save isn't gone. But that OG save is what started the game. We had to load that save to start the game. There was no new game option. But also, yes, he still has, for the most part, lost his save and load. I knew the final battle was closing in on us, but this seemed like a good way to calm our nerves. Take turns saying lines that come to mind. Okay, then you first. Me?
言い出しっぺ
Your
ですよ。
suggestion. Alright. Okay then.
考えすぎない方がいいと思い
Don't
ます。
overthink it. Like you said, just say whatever comes to mind. Ah, okay.
さあさ
Go on, say something.
わかって
Alright, alright. This is kind of embarrassing. With courageous heart, we journey ahead.
旅に
They fall in love. Yeah. No new game here, huh? Ooh, there. Your turn.
あ。そう。
Let's see. Momo looked around, but it didn't seem like she found anything for reference. She closed her eyes and was likely deep in thought. Past the leaves of red and petals of blue,
黄色の蜜が
peaches and honey abound where we tread.
桃色。
それルシアの
Those your memories of Lucia?
どうでしょうか。
I don't know. It's the scenery that came to mind. I guess that's how I'd like the world to return to.
はい。
Okay, now it's your turn. You have to finish it.
責任
Big
重大だな
responsibility. But the right words came to mind pretty
素
quick.
敵な世界
A world that's waiting,
が
hopeful and new.
ど
How's that?
素敵です。
It's wonderful. Momo stood up and joined our hands as if praying. Then she closed her eyes again and began reciting it.
真夏の太陽が笑う。
The midsummer sun smiles and beams at the cheer invited by the southern
不
wind.
思議な魔法が
Wondrous magic will soon show its gleams,
勇
the omen of
気を
tears and joy undimmed.
気を
With courageous heart, we journey ahead, past the leaves of red and petals of blue. Peaches and honey abound where we tread, a world that's waiting, hopeful and new.
いいじゃん
Pretty cool.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
私たち
It's a poem by the two of us, for the two of us. It was a poem we'd forget in a few short hours.
モモ
指切り。
Let's make a pinky promise. Yeah, of course. I joined my pinky with hers. Her finger was trembling. I knew right away that it wasn't because of the Italian winter. Momo was fighting against herself just like I was. She was trying to face her fate head on. That way she wouldn't regret the choices she made.
救世主は剣
Kent
道じゃ
wasn't
な
the savior. It was you, Momo.
私なん
Oh, that's not. Those damn Italian winters, I know. She was about to deny it, but she cut her own sentence short. She looked back at me and I saw the determination in her
世
eyes.
界を。
Let's save the world. Yeah, and
必ず
let's make it through this and meet again.
そう
Okay. Our pinkies slipped away at the same time. We both kept smiling, somehow. The operation started. You know what? I feel like now's a good time to save as well. I mean, not that we can, in theory, there's not much we can do to affect things now since we don't have saving and loading, but I feel better with a save. No, we're good. Accompanied by Momo's bodyguards, we'd arrived at the gate leading to the Vatican. St. Peter's Square was just one block away, and I could hear the loud voices of the people gathered there. In this tight alley, though, there was barely anyone at all. But then, look, Graham shouted. Looked where he was pointing. Against the dark sky was a human silhouette.
押すな
Yep. Standing in midair, he looked down at us.
いきなり手
What a year, then. The bad feeling I had was right on the money. We figured he'd be on to us, but I didn't think he was going to be waiting for us like this. I mean, I knew he could see us from above, but still. This was way too early. We'd only just started our op.
そうがす
I don't think you're going to do anything, but good luck, Juno. I hope you do take him down.
な。よくも兄
Pay for what you did to my brother. Yeah, I mean, she's mad, but, like, he has god powers, so... I'll kill you right now, and I'll kill myself right afterwards. I'll offer your life and mine to my brother as sacrifices. Juno was raring to go, and I was plenty happy to let them duke it out.
ジロ
Juno, it's all yours. There's no way she lives more than, like, a millisecond up there. Without a hint of response, she disappeared. Looked like she'd used quantum teleportation to get closer to Asuma.
プラン B に行こうだ
Change to plan B. Oz and Graham nodded. We switched from the direct route we'd prioritized to the one that would take us through St. Peter's Square. With Momo's safety in mind, the soldiers sprinted towards the square. I went with them. I was hardly surprised, but the plaza was overflowing with people. Weaving through them was tough. Maybe this route was a bad idea? Well, that can't be good. Look above the chapel. I looked up to see Asuma on the roof. Where was Juno? Had he beaten her already? Was she really that powerless against him? Probably yes. The crowd around us began to take notice of him too. Most people knew what he'd done in Japan 10 days ago. It wasn't long before panic took the square. People threw things at Asuma. Some begged for forgiveness. Others collapsed from the shock. A fair few ran for it. This is probably... So I saw a fun uh, little tidbit about the game before playing it. Apparently, one of the tracks has chanting in it. I believe it's this track. And apparently, the chanting is, whose eyes are those eyes? So yeah, you know, just to keep everything all round together. People threw things at Asuma. Some begged for forgiveness. Others collapsed from the shock. A fair few ran for it. They were swept up in the rush. This wasn't good. Fighting against the surge, I did my best to keep an eye on Asuma. When I saw him, he was scratching his head, clearly irritated. Up! As soon as he shouted, the square filled with faint particles of light. It looked like a swarm of shining fireflies. The fantastical sight captivated me for a moment, but then everyone disappeared in an instant. Huh? The noisy square was silent. A few traces of light lingered, but they soon vanished with the rest. Before I realized it, Asuma was right in front of us. Did he delete them all? Yeah. Do you really think he wouldn't? Had he killed everyone? This is your fault. People around you are suffering because you don't know when to give up. It's a really weird way of putting you're trying to end the world and we're trying to stop you. It's a really weird... People are suffering because I have to stop them because you're trying to stop the... Okay, whatever. Tell me, how many more people did you plan to sacrifice? I mean, not for nothing, but if we succeed with our goal, everyone who's been killed by him would come back, as long as they hadn't died in the topmost layer. So, you know, don't listen to him, Momo. If you keep going, I'll keep going too. He could attack us directly if he wanted to, but he didn't. Trying to teach us a lesson? Was he trying to break our spirit? Again, if we succeeded, every one of these people comes back. All of them. If that was it, we could keep this up as long as we were willing. I felt kind of disgusted with myself as I thought it. But we didn't have a choice here. We're acting like a little kid starving for attention. If you're lonely, admit it. If you can't even do that, no one's going to play with you. Better off shutting yourself up in your room and showing off to your teddy bears. All that stirring had turned his face red. He started scratching at his head in frustration. Pissing me off! You don't even have your future predictions anymore. What's wrong with you? Yeah, the balls of this guy. Even the high, powerful, like, the highest member of the Holy Order is like, damn, he could delete me. Paulin is just like, what are you gonna do? Delete me? Suck it, little baby kid. Whoa! Lightning struck the ground in front of me. Holy shit! Paulin, the stun devices are good to go. A bunch of drones were speeding towards us. Nice! They hovered over Asuma, then activated the stun devices. They were upgraded versions of the ones the CFD had given Momo before. They could easily suppress ground targets from overhead. Asuma's body shook about. Did they actually hit him? He couldn't move. Now, go to the chapel! Damn. We raced towards the chapel entrance. Further away than I thought, the square was huge. As I ran, I kept glancing over my shoulder at Asuma. There was no telling when he'd recover. The soldiers in front reached the entrance. The door should have been unlocked by now. Smash it! They moved fast. A few that stood in front of the door rammed into it. Instead of breaking through, it just opened up. Graham went to go inside, but suddenly froze. I looked inside myself and saw the chapel's walls and pillars twisting eerily like snakes. The sight reminded me of what I'd seen in Odaiba. I looked back. The drones that had been hovering over Asuma had all been brought down. It was glaring in our direction and slowly getting closer. Go, protect Momo at all costs! I shouted at Oz and Graham. They ran deep into the chapel. I was left to face Asuma alone. Yeah, I'm not winning this one. But I had to buy all the time I could. Yeah. This is insane! I'd acted all cool, but all I could really do now was run around desperately. Fucking toying with me. Take the alley and head for Rome. I got a car waiting for you there. Wait, where's Juno anyway? No idea. Can't reach her. I hope Asuma hasn't taken her out yet. Doing as I was told, I hurried through the gates and onto the road outside the Vatican. Suddenly... Huh? Snow? Yes. The kid has the powers of a god. Do you really think a snowstorm? White surrounded my vision as an intense blizzard overwhelmed me. Snow battered my skin, and I began to freeze as the cold racked my body.
ホワイトアウト
A
した
whiteout! Where's the car?
こっちで操作する。
I'll control it from here. Red taillights appeared in front of me as I fought the blizzard.
助かる
Thanks. I fumbled for the car door, then slipped inside. Damn, I was freezing. I didn't even have time to warm up.
発進させろ
Punch it.
なんだ
What? Whoops. Everything's wrong.
乗っ取られた。
Someone's hijacked the car. It's not responding to my commands. Wow, who could have thought that maybe that could have happened? That's fair. I would have thought he couldn't have been hurt. He had already said that like bullets wouldn't even reach him, so I'm kind of surprised the stun things did. What? The piercing noise of an alarm filled the car. I looked outside and saw the snow. I looked and saw the snow outside blown away by the beginnings of an intense storm. The extreme winds flipped over several cars that were parked nearby. The car I was in started shaking, and then finally rose up from the ground. Wow! It flipped sideways. I hadn't put on the seatbelt, so I was tossed out of my seat and slammed hard against the interior.
大丈夫。
Holland, you okay? I crawled out of the car in desperate panic. The storm made it impossible to even stand. A moment later, lightning hit the car and it exploded! I don't think that's how lightning or cars work. If every car that was hit by lightning exploded, it would be so much more dangerous. The wind lashed my body as intense heat scorched my skin. I rolled around on the ground and just managed to grab onto a streetlight. Oh, you're right, patch update. He patched it so that now, when a car is struck by lightning, it updates. Or it explodes. My body was aching all over. I wouldn't survive 10 minutes of this. He really thinks he's God, huh? I knew myself how fun it was to get a cheat code and test out a bunch of new stuff in game, but from an NPC's perspective, it sucked! Also, you didn't use yours to hurt anyone. Oh, okay. Two of those Holy Order guys would actually disagree with that statement, but... In disbelief at what was going on, I stood up in time to see the buildings either side of the road collapse without warning. Facing ground, I wonder... Oh, maybe. That's fair. Most cars that are hit by lightning aren't on their side. I ran as fast as I could. The rubble of collapsed buildings was spread all over. If I hadn't run, I would have been crushed. Holland, I got you some spare cars. I'm sending them your way now. No, don't bother. What? This again? The buildings were still full of terrified people. How many of them was he going to kill this time?
巻き込まれたらまずい。
Not safe there, you gotta move. I did as he said and sprinted away. The road in front began to rise up. I did my best to run up it, but its angle suddenly changed, and I realized I was running down now. Buildings either side of me were expanding and contracting. They merged, twisting around and began to warp. I could hear people of all ages screaming inside.
住民を巻き
Leave
込
them
む
out of this, Asuma!
人のせいにす
Don't blame me. This is all because you're running. If you'd only let me kill you and end the world, then I wouldn't have to kill people. Obviously, come on. Asuma's voice sounded like it was right by my ear. I spun around, but didn't see him anywhere.
どこ見てるの
What are you looking at? The voice was right next to me, but Asuma was nowhere in sight. My eyes darted from place to place before I finally found him. He was standing about 100 meters ahead in the same street as me. In a second, the road was cut short, and Asuma appeared right in front of me, without having taken a single step. The town itself had been crushed together. The space between us had been compressed and disappeared. Everything and everyone inside that space had vanished too.
もう一度言ってや
So
る
I say it
お
again.
前が
This is only happening because you keep running around.
お前とルシアが
Because you and Lucia refused to give up.
アスマ
Tried to grab him, but he disappeared in an instant. Shit. This would have been way easier if he was just trying to kill me outright.
ほら、
Oh, something's wrong.
空だ。
Look at the sky right now.
空だ
Oh,
って
the sky? I looked up. Suboptimal. Yeah.
なんだ
The hell?
ありゃ
It's that.
東京
The
都庁
Tokyo government building? Oh, so he learned from the final near raid, and now he's just throwing buildings.
まさか
Hold on.
繋がったの
The
か
sky got connected.
ウィンド
Wind.
東京の空はどうなって
What do
る
you see over Tokyo? At least Asuma doesn't have rescue.
こっちからも
Dude,
バチカン
I
が
can see
見えてるん
the
だけど
Vatican from here. Holy shit. Something about that panel that's just really good. Got a visual too. He really doesn't care about Backlash, does he? Why would he? He's trying to end the world. He's completely disregarded his role as the administrator. Oh, the person above. Yeah, that's fair. Well, he obviously doesn't care at this rate. Yeah, the comic style works really well for it. Really shaky here. Could be an earthquake. Why connect Rome and Tokyo like this? What's Asuma trying to do? Yeah, at some point gravity takes hold. Tokyo's coming down. Run. We're gonna get crushed by Tokyo. What's that? Collapsing 1 or 2 buildings at a time wasn't cutting it? Okay, fine. Jeez. This is like the final battle of Kingdom Hearts 2, except versus a normal human being instead of Sora. Like, it's just a normal dude. Shit! Fucking shit! I gotta stop him, or else the Vatican is history. Can you predict where the buildings will fall? The normal GTA Online. I've never played GTA Online. Is this actually like? I think GTA Online would be. I don't even know. All I know is GTA Online makes them infinite money. That's all I know. No, there's no time. An acquaintance of mine is working on the QCDC simulation right now. A precise sim would take time, but a rough one should be ready. Is it really? Then why does anyone play it, besides the hackers? And I guarantee the hackers ain't paying money for it. Is RP not online? That's so stupid. That's a shame. I just assumed GTA Online worked really well because I know it makes them a boatload of money, and on paper it's a great idea. Like, it's not my jam, but I get why it's popular. But if it's riddled with hackers, then I don't get why it's popular. Here you go, this is the forecast, though it's not precise to say the least. Fun to kill people, I guess. Fair. I mean, again, I get why the hackers do it. Jeez. Remember, these circles are approximations. Buildings could fall anywhere inside them. Circles could be scaled down if we had more time, but this is the best we can do. Gotta stop the buildings from crushing into the Vatican. How? Again, I get where he's coming from, but if you guys succeed, all of this gets erased and restarted. Also, if you fail, none of this matters. So, like, how about you work on continuing to distract him? Which I guess stopping the buildings would do. Like, his whole thing is just, he's really just distracting him. As long as he's not looking at Momo, he has a chance to maybe stop things. Or else the whole city is going to be in ruins before the world even ends. That's true. You also don't want them to crush Momo. That would be bad. And that would mean the end of our operation. Yeah, that's true. That's also true. MC, yes, he is. He used to have the power to save and load, but it has been taken away from him. Momos are like secondary MC. Necro Pilgrimage. I finally made it. This was the Vatican's QCDC. A bleeding-edge brain stored beneath an ancient building, a true blend of past and future. 2 months had passed since I was last here. Francisco and Jacinta's faces flashed through my mind. My heart ached at the thought of them, but I stifled the pain. Cross is the true MC, clearly. Nah, obviously it's wind. I looked around. The number of people with me had dropped significantly. We were ambushed on the way here by the agents of the Holy Office 513, and a bloody battle ensued. The soldiers acted as human shields, so I could keep moving and make it here. How many of us are left? For my squad, 13. The 71 that entered the Vatican, only 13 had made it. More and more people were dying for the sake of my mission. That was all the more reason to keep going. Every few moments I felt shaking overhead, as if we were at the epicenter of an earthquake. You have no idea. Shaking had collapsed some passages, forcing us to take longer routes. The quakes must have been Asuma's doing. I really hope Pollen was alright. The Holy Office will be here in no time, little lady. Get to it right now. Okay, I'll be counting on you. I stood before the reservoir that had once contained me, the circular platform inside it. I quickly undressed, then moved to the platform itself. Miss Kumar, start it up! Alright, activating the reservoir. Poster guy of an atomic. Oh, 100%, yes. Yeah, Wind actually did. I wouldn't have been able to do that. Absolutely couldn't. The glass cylinder descended. It connected to the platform and closed me inside. The air was drained out as injectors on the platform began filling it with a special fluid. Ah, yes, LCL. It was a relief to see that the mechanism still worked. When I was fully submerged, I would be connected to the QCDC. The electrical signals in my brain would be transmitted to it directly, with almost no delay. This fluid also allowed for liquid breathing. It had better, otherwise it would be a really short connection. Respiration while submerged in liquids rich in atmospheric elements such as oxygen and nitrogen. Research into liquid breathing dates back to the 1960s, and it's hoped that it might have such uses as the lung disease treatment. It was already confirmed that the alveoli within human lungs are capable of taking in oxygen even while submerged in liquid, but the oxygen in water is so sparse that it is unable to support a human's vital functions, making liquid breathing something of a challenge. This problem was overcome by compounds such as perfluorocarbons, which can dissolve dozens of times more oxygen than water. Filling the lungs with such special liquids instead of water allows for an effective influx of oxygen despite the submersion, making liquid breathing possible. All I know is even if that's a possibility, that sounds so awful. It sounds so awful. More and more filled the reservoir, and when it reached my throat, I started drinking. I felt uncomfortable at first, but I could breathe easily before long. This was far from my first time, so I was used to the sensation. Soon the reservoir was completely full. The buoyancy made me rise up and float. I checked to see what was happening outside, but nothing had changed. Oz and Graham were keeping an eye out. That's true. And then you never go back. Momo, can you hear me? Yes, very clearly. The voice wasn't coming from my mouth. It was an artificial voice that the QCDC created by reading my brain's electrical signals. I wasn't sure whether it would be compatible with BMI, but it seemed as if it could communicate without a problem. Alright, I'll send the hacking program. I was connected to the QCDC, but that wasn't the same as having full control over it. I ran the program the moment I received it. Hacking successful. Looking good. You can start now, Momo. Everything was going as planned so far. Till now, only agents had access to Necro Pilgrimage's core, but I was about to open it up to the entire world. Anyone who accessed it now would receive supernatural powers. Next, I brute forced a connection to every communication facility, public radio station, and internet communication network that I could. All I had to do now was call out to the world. This called for a once-in-a-century speech. Yo, y'all want some superpowers? Go to this IP address. Nah, that just sounds like the most shady thing ever. The rest of the plan depended on what I was about to say. I quietly prayed for Paulin, Francisco, and Jactina to give me the strength I needed. Can you hear me? I know that all of you are currently in the depths of despair. The world isn't what you believed it to be, and its end is coming ever closer. I understand all too well how you feel. It's painful and sad. These events are devastating. They're too much to bear. But please don't give up. Just click this link, yeah? We're not mere data constructed from ones and zeros. We're not copies of originals. There is a soul in each and every single one of you. And this is your world. Please don't give up on it. Is it really? I once heard the voice of Our Lady Mary. She prophesied the end of the world, and she asked me to save the world. That's why I'm here, to ask the same thing of you. So please, access this address. You'll be connected to me and granted the ability to wield miraculous powers. I want you to use them. I want you to prove that you're here, to prove that your souls are here. Please, I beg of you. Suddenly, gunshots sounded outside the reservoir. I looked outside and saw unarmed believers charging in and attacking the soldiers. All of them were bleeding from their hands, the holy marks made by Felino Arcana. The soldiers were firing at them. Believers collapsed when shot, but none of them were even afraid of the weapons. Even as they climbed over corpses, they charged forward. Shit, there's too many of them. Can't hold them back. They were being overwhelmed. Believers had surrounded Oz and Graham and taken their weapons. Let me go, damn it! This doesn't look good. They were going to be killed. Lucia, I heard a voice. It was subdued, composed, and feminine. See, obviously those two should have accessed this port and gotten their superpowers. That's all I'm saying. The voice wasn't loud, but it resonated with dignified majesty. I couldn't help but hear it. There was a certain comfort to it. Lino stepped into the room, behind the believers. I was mistaken to have ever believed that your incarnation was a miracle. To think that you would transgress against our Lord in this manner. So, okay. So they had the power of necro-pilgrimage. They could go to any point in history and see all the things they saw. And they did that. They went to all the places where people saw the Holy Mother and went, oh crap, it's real. And they went to Fatima and went, crap, those prophecies are real. She prophesied the end of the world, but if she really prophesied the end of the world and then said, try to save it, why didn't they... Did they just leave before that part happened? Did they just go, no, she said end of the world, we want the world to end, we're going with that, bye! Like, if they're truly hanging on her every word, wouldn't they go... Yeah. I mean, you can only logic out so much of a fanatic. Yeah. There were painful-looking wounds on Polino Arcana's chest. I knew those were linked to her sacrament, Stigmata. You have abused the devotion of those who believed. You have no right to speak for God. If there's any transgressor here, it's you! And again they said, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, and her smoke rose up forever and ever. Revelation 19:3. Polino strolled up to the reservoir and reached for the switch to open the hatch. No, the plan would fail if she took me out of here, but I had no means of resisting her. I despaired. Would I be rendered powerless even here? Come out and join us. Let us cleanse that body of yours. Your sins will burn you to ashes. One is going to burn. Ah, crap. I'm glad she's here. Awesome. But she just dies. An abrupt impact knocked Polino to the ground. The person who had appeared was... I made it! Despite her wounds, she'd gone to Spain to gather information for us, and I heard she was hospitalized there. Yeah, like, every time she shows up, she dies, which was not fine, but, like, we could work with it when we could reload, but... Yeah. But it looked like she'd recovered. What a relief. Another transgressor. Polino slowly stood up. Yeah, the power of Gon is strong, because, like... Arcana... He has the power of many bodies, functionally. She's got the Zerg Rush, but she herself doesn't have any superpowers on her. She has the ability to control a Zerg swarm, but, like, she herself is a person. She was holding onto her shoulder with her face twisted in pain. That was where Rosario had shot her. I won't let you touch her. Oh, and Polino Arcana? All this time, I've resented the day you carved your detested stigmata into my body. Prepare to pay for it. Excuse me. You cannot even use the sacrament. What do you intend to do here? To be fair, if she just accessed that one link, she could use the sacrament. Everyone could right now. Anybody who's not is in fact a fool. It's... Momo, I'm connected. Oh, she's not a fool. She's not a fool. Rosario went online and connected to me. This is your sacrament. Use it. Lord, give me strength. A golden glow enveloped Rosario's body. What? She could never use the sacrament before, but she'd been granted so much power through me. Such a sight only strengthened my resolve. I knew this was the right thing to do. Momo, become Mary, the Holy Mother of 2038. That's a text box. That right there is a text box. Me, Mary? There had never been just a single Mary. Throughout the ages and in many forms, Mary had descended to impart meaningful words to us. Our Lady of Fatima, who'd once appeared before me, before Lucia, was no exception. And now it was my turn to bless this beautiful world and its people with miracles. And now to see if Pollen is doing okay. I hid in an alley, watching the skies as I tried to think of a solution. Can you hack an army's missile base? Just shared the idea with everyone on Hack, though I seriously doubt they could do anything that fast. Also, I'm not sure the falling buildings would be totally destroyed by missiles alone. I know that, but it's better than nothing. Goka, I know it's pretty bad over there, but things aren't good here either. The videos they're sharing on 4chan are totally cracked. Buildings are getting torn off, and they're flying off to Rome above Tokyo. Yes. Beginning of the end. It looks like the end of the world, like it's all being flipped upside down. I mean, it is the end of the world, but, you know, it's fine. No idea it'd be this bad here, too. The end is fucking nuts. The Pope's statement was all true. Reverse Popo? Takaoka, Izaki, hurry up. Tokyo's falling apart. Hear you, but, like, hurry up. Does he think we're here on vacation? Shit, there's nothing I can do here. The scale of all this was too huge to handle. Even if I had saves, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Pollen, one of the buildings is falling towards the Vatican. The next thing I knew, I was sprinting in that direction. What are you planning? Do you have an idea? Like hell I do! I knew I'd just get there and be useless, but I had to go anyway. At least I could be with Momo. My lungs were close to giving out. Sweat covered my whole body. This was too much. I've been running for so long now that my body was at its limit, but what was messing me up the most was knowing I wasn't even helping Momo. There's no point in even going to the Vatican now. There, the wall of the Vatican's border. I passed through the gate. It's coming down. It was too soon. Suddenly, I could see all around me. I looked up and saw a high-rise building. Its heliport. It's plummeting upside down. I froze in fear. The pain was unbearable, and I was so out of breath that I couldn't even scream. Don't just stand there. What? I felt someone grab my arm. In the blink of an eye, I was somewhere else. I'm not here to babysit you. What have you been doing? I'm glad you're not dead, but what have you been doing? I thought she was going to play dead and wait for like an ideal moment and like be behind Asuma and like judo chop him or something. I don't know. Clearly not. Or maybe that was her plan and we ruined it by being, you know, Pollen. Yeah, exactly. She'd used her quantum teleportation to save me. A sigh rushed out from between my legs. Saw the building crash down near the chapel. Kicked up a dust cloud that covered the entire building. Momo, are you okay? Don't worry, Necro Pilgrimage is stored somewhere pretty sturdy. This lid answered in Momo's stead. It was a relief, but the room Momo was in wouldn't stay intact forever. Well, do you know what you could do? You could connect to that server. You could all connect to that server. Why aren't you all connecting to that server? Juno suddenly grabbed me by my shirt. Where's the brat? Did you see him? I didn't. Hell, I want to know where he is too. Useless. You let go of me. Asuma Soga, this audacious little shit. He actually fought back. He practically sent me to outer space. Kill him. He's as good as dead. Stop whining. I heard Asuma's voice. He sounded incredibly close, but the dust made it impossible to see where he was. The next thing I knew, Juno's body was surrounded by bits of light. Wait, that's... Your voice is grating, so you can disappear from this world too. You son of a bit. Well, so much for Juno helping. Juno vanished in an instant. I instinctively knew that it wasn't quantum teleportation. Asuma deleted her, just like he deleted the people in St. Peter's Square. He was so casual about it that it sent a chill down my spine. To him, deleting people was probably the same as swatting flies, but damn, seeing it was horrible. I couldn't sense him nearby. He'd gone away somewhere again. He was clearly more interested in breaking my spirit than just killing me. But my spirit wouldn't break. I wasn't going to lose. Yeah. Most dangerous people? He's trying to make them suffer. Like, specifically, he's clearly trying to make them suffer and lose hope. He's just going to let them try to get as far as they can, and then... If he just wanted to kill them, Pollen would be dead a billion times by now. Tears escaped my eyes and disappeared into the fluid. I could see Necro Pilgrimage's machine room through the reservoir glass. It was full of bodies. There were people I knew and people I didn't. People who had tried to protect me and others who tried to kill me. So many of them. The mountain of bodies was gradually being buried beneath rubble as the surface shook violently. And amidst all that was Rosario, still fighting Polito. Another quake. More rubble fell, with some small pieces even bouncing off the glass cylinder of the reservoir. The glass was reinforced, but it wouldn't retain its integrity if the whole ceiling came down. And yet, I could do nothing but stay here and continue calling out to the world. All I could do was ask people to connect to me.
同時接続
We've
する
reached 500,000 concurrent connectors. That's okay. Weird. This is the perfect kid. Yeah. Yeah. He's clearly had it out for them for a good while now, and I truly understand that he would probably want to make them suffer instead of just delete them. It's so easy, so simple to just delete them. I feel like he knows he could already delete them. He needs to see if he can demoralize them. He needs to see if he can break them. That's my assumption. That's what I'm going with, at least. Huh? That's nowhere near enough. We had less than half an hour left. How many more people could we get in at that time? If we didn't have enough, the world wouldn't be saved.
大丈夫
We'll be fine.
ほら
Here, look at this.
これ見てよ
Holy shit, this is the real deal, isn't it? Even Curry Gohan is using it. Oh, damn. You're gonna tease us again. What were her superpowers? Come on, game, stop it. You cannot keep dangling her in front of us like that. World's ending anyway. Guess I'll try it. Not a better way to kill time until it's over. Seeing people use it makes me want to try. Oh, been depressed for too long.
あとこれだ
This. Wow, it's like Gigalomania. We're gonna die anyway, so true. I grew a bunch of hair. I did it to others too. God, do me too, bro. Take all my money. Is it me or did some get way cooler miracles than others? I mean, I was gonna play anyway. It's not like we were gonna not play the game. Oh, also, Jude, if you want just the super quickest of Spark Notes as to what's going on, the world is going to end in under a half hour because the basic Y2K problem is going to happen again in 2038, and it turns out that we are part of an infinite series of data worlds. So like the top layer made a full simulation of Earth, and in that simulation they made a full simulation of Earth, and so on and so on and so on. But since nobody fixed that one problem of when the clocks roll over on that date, it's going to be set to zeros, we're all going to have problems. So the way we're going to try to solve that is by force rebooting the layer above us, by giving everyone of this layer superpowers and having them use that superpower all at once to make the computer above go, wait, no, that's wrong, force reboot, and if we force reboot everything, then it'll sync to the topmost layer and we'll be fine. That's what's going on here. Oh, and also the girl in the tube is the reincarnation of somebody from 1918 who saw the Holy Mother, and because she was pulled out of the previous Earth simulation and given a body here, anybody who connects through her network gets a holy superpower. Yep. This is... Oh, people are showing videos. 30-meter long super jumps. Landing is not a problem. Hey guys, I tried smelting. Is that just somebody kissing a girlfriend? Getting rid of face blemishes and presumably like boiling water? Yes, Mewtwo. Everyone's a Gigalomaniac now. And it's a shame that it's frightening that there's still people on the 4chan that know that term. People are making videos and streams about the sacraments. They're popping off like crazy. All the super charismatic hackers are doing it. Wait, there's such thing as a super charismatic hacker? I don't think those two things go... Dude, it's fine. Are doing it and they're trending like nobody's business. The world may end, but I'm going down with a high view count. And with an idol specifically from reading the title. Oh, okay. Hopefully the 4chan's top tier hackers would help, right? Well, hackers all over the world are doing all they can. All over the world. Videos are being uploaded to every site on the internet. Not just the internet, they're using AR billboards to show the vids in every city on Earth. No, Taku's probably just mad because the server went down on his MMO.
待って
Hold on, in the last 3 minutes, the number of connections has gone up like crazy. It's word of mouth for you. Trends, baby. Trends.
実際の
Yep, it's much easier to understand the potential when you actually see it. Let's hope the trend continues.
ここからさらに接続数が
Yes, because the Pope announced the world was going to end, and also a small child got superpowers of a god and has been destroying cities. So that got publicized, and the Pope thing, so they know, yeah. I don't know if they know that we're like a few minutes away. No, the Pope did say the time. Yeah, no, so for sure. after the end of the world was announced, the mainstream media of the world had basically stopped functioning, so we had to rely on word of mouth instead. And so I prayed. I prayed for all the people in despair, and for all of those seeking hope and salvation. I prayed that my voice would reach them. And back to Pollen, having a bad time under buildings. 6 missiles flew overhead. They'd been launched by some wizard-level hackers who'd hacked into the Italian army systems. They all hit a falling building. They exploded over the Vatican, raining debris in the city. I really hope nobody had been inside. It's hard to tell whether the missile had helped much, though. A couple dinky rockets weren't enough to annihilate a well-constructed building. Now, with its foundation exposed, the building slammed into the ground, giving rise to a huge tremor. Excuse me. Damn it, not even that worked. This was hell. Buildings all over the Vatican were being destroyed. The city was so decimated it looked like a bomb site. Go use miracles. We're all wizard tier right now. But not yet. I couldn't give up yet. I had to figure out what I could do. Yeah, I had to think of something. If I couldn't stop the destruction itself, could I talk Asuma out of it somehow? What if I groveled and apologized to him? What if I just died right in front of him? Would that stop him? There had to be something. There had to be something I could... Huh? The sky was torn open again. I could still see the upside-down Tokyo, but there were now some new gashes up there. One was the eastern sky, another to the west. 2 new tears. Again? There's something inside them. The Statue of Liberty and the skyscrapers of Manhattan were inside the one to the east. The one to the west showed Big Ben and what looked like a giant Ferris wheel. Oh man, you're messing with London? The doctor's gonna help out with that one. New York and London? With no regard for gravity, the 3 cities were tumbling through the rifts. They were falling towards the Vatican. Tokyo, New York, London, from directly overhead. From the right, from the left, I couldn't see the actual sky at all. The Vatican wouldn't survive this. If the wreckage reached the ground, the city would be done for. It would be totally leveled. Oh, that's true. I don't know, there's not really like skyscrapers where I am, and you'd have to expand it pretty far. I'm still like a 45-minute train ride, or 50-minute train ride from the city. Reduced to dust and destroyed. This attack was cataclysmic, but even faced with the overwhelming scale and hopelessness of it all, I clenched my teeth. No, not yet. I won't give up yet. Amidst the apocalyptic chaos, I strained my eyes for a way out. Why did I see that? It was a mystery even to me. Was it just a mirage I saw because I was cornered, or a spark of genius triggered by instinct? Probably the first one. That was when... The tears in the sky, the falling cities, the buildings and other structures falling towards me. In the midst of all that, I saw... a path of light. Oh. It's straight up... It's a dead space when you're like, where do I go? And it's like, just follow the line. For a moment, I thought someone had put it there using AR, but that wasn't it. Well, I mean, but it's also not there when you don't look through. It's fine. It's closer to a sensation. I wasn't seeing it with my eyes, I was sensing it. He's using his Witcher sense. You're right. The trail started right where I was. It passed over a bunch of buildings that were coming in sideways from New York. Then it changed direction and traced a path across a wrecked building that was falling from Tokyo. Finally, it jumped over several buildings that were plummeting out of London. It was leading to a point about 500 meters straight up. There was a dark object in the sky. It was Asuma. So basically, if I followed the trail, I could get to him. I'd end up right next to him somehow. But I had no means to do that now. I couldn't just run up there. The trail of light began to fade, then vanished. Buildings were still falling. Just a moment, a little over 10 seconds. That's all it took for my one shot at reaching Asuma to disappear. The solution had been right there, but now it was gone. For one moment, I felt like I saw my way to turn all this around. But just one more chance. Yeah, as if I have any chance now. I only had one go at this, and I lost. Everything went the way Asuma wanted. The faint hope I had that Momo would pull off her plan was crushed flat by the sheer number of buildings falling from the sky. I'm sorry. I looked up at the falling sky and anticipated that my fate ended here. When you have a bad feeling about something, it pays to be cautious. The key to victory is in your hands here. There is something only you can do. Huh. Okay. Alright. Gotta load the autosave. Turn the game volume down. I'm gonna go to this one, even though I'm pretty sure it doesn't start here. I just want to have a good save. Let's have a save here. Well, if we made it through Paranormal Site, we'll make it through this.
ありありありありありベテルチー
I don't want to fast forward because they all should be added. Did I? Unless I missed one or two. Hold on. I think I added them all. Yeah. No. I think we're caught up on them. I didn't add the pudding yet, but other than that, we should be caught up.
それはダサすぎる
Yeah, that's one of them. Okay, so the two new cities. New save in case. Still kind of want to see if it'll let me do the OG one now. Oh, we actually passed it. No, that really does bring us all the way back. Okay. Gotcha. So that ain't it. That ain't it. Yeah, let's go back to this one. Okay. The life game? Do you know what? I mean, maybe it's... Why not? Guess that's just how we got it. Oh, look at that one go. It's going, yo. It sure is going. You see, we'll have to trace that line. Ah. That's... I want to say no. That's asking a lot. So what tools do we have at our disposal? Help, I don't think does. Hacking trigger didn't work. We can still try it anyway. Auto mode, backlog. I want to say they haven't done anything with config at this point. Unlike Paranormal Site, I don't think it'll have me do anything in here. I don't think that's what we're looking for. Turn off gravity in the settings. No, see, because it's not just gravity. We would need to be fast. That's the thing. It's there for about 10 seconds, and we have to do the thing. So is there anything we can do that would slow down? We can speed up time. Do I have to shower? Oh, yeah. And how much less shampoo you use? Those two combined. Good times. Would auto save? Probably not. Sense it. Really not. I mean,
まだ諦めるもんかよ。俺にできることはまだ諦めるもんかよ。俺にできることは俺にできることはまだ諦めるもんかよ。俺にできることは
oh, did we miss one? A monument built in Georgia, USA, 1980, it contained 10 commandments written in 8 languages and was the subject of various conspiracy theories and speculation. The first commandment was maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. The 8 languages it used were English, Spanish, Swahili, Hindi, Hebrew, Arabic, Chinese, and Russian. The life game sounds like a viable thing, right? In terms of following a line, it's like the best we've got. But like, where would we even start? Like, this thing has a whole big grid like this. So even if I approximated up there, over there, up there. I don't know what it would do. And I can't actually see it from here, so there's no way of me getting it, like, exact. That's just not a doable, feasible thing. I agree. I absolutely agree with you. And save and load a grid. Interesting. Couldn't just run up there. Yeah, I know. Yeah, even as soon as we go here, it actually, when you go to the menu, it cuts off the AR overlay. So, like, there's really no way to see it. And, like, it scrolls. So, like, it seems like such a good idea, but it also just seems impossible to do. So it goes from where we are, up over here, up over, into that way, kind of up that way. It ain't exact. I don't even know. The light began to fade, then vanished. Buildings were still falling. 10 seconds.
ダメだって分かってるだろ。無理なんだ。ごめん。無茶言うな。
E. They specify a bad feeling, not the lion. Okay. When was the last time he said he had a bad feeling about something? You know, you maybe. Well, we've got to save there, so let's do one of the autosaves before we get rid of too many of them. We've got to save right before the thing. This is the one before Juno happened, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, that one. Yeah, it's so far back, though. I mean, if we can get that autosave, I'm down for it. In fact, we had a manual save there, I believe. Well, it lets us go this far back. We'll give it a shot. I was hoping it wouldn't be that far back for my own. The end was near. I swear I had a save almost right here. We'd arrived at the gate. Okay, so not before. Okay, not exactly here. That's fair. It's still something we can go on. But we haven't really been given a choice. So caution. Nope, lots of hackers.
ここまで食え。
よし。最
Let's
初の確か
plan.
に3つ目標大きなまず1つは桃の護衛にはエージェントが
はい。
もう一つ奴がもしや
オッケーだ。
オッケーじゃないわよ。なめたこと言わないで。
今殺したって
後のこと私
やれるな。
Like if we'd made an active choice, it would be easy to be like, oh, let's try that other choice.
作戦開始は UTC で1時14
Minutes away. This is them doing this.
責任重大だな。
Like, I don't think at any point during that he'd be like, I have a bad feeling. I had already saved here.
見ろ
きっとうまくいく。ハスマ。いきなり成功を祈
Yeah,
って
the
くれ。
bad feeling I had was right on the money, but
力を尽くすよ。成功を祈ってくれ。
そうがす
プレッシャー
ま
かけるなよ。
今
ジロ力を尽くすよ。
unprompted button press, yes.
プラン B に移行だ。きっとうまくいく。
That just brings us over here.
おいま
成功を祈ってくれ。
I can't see anything different playing out. I'm gonna get to the point where Juno shows back up again and see if we can do something there, because that's another logical point. Ever say go to plan C? No. Yeah, right now all we can do is we can save and we can load, but it's not the same load he does. It's an actual load. We can save, and have. We saved bad feeling about this. And we saved at other points, but they weren't because of what they were saying. It was just, you know. Diagram, yeah. Yeah, he's immediately shut down every attempt to load. Because he can't. I mean, I get why he shut it down.
オッケー
We can't do anything on Momo's side, I don't believe. Because we can't even attempt to hack. Just makes a beep. Cool people. Hold on. Okay.
ママ
大丈夫
あのガキは
見てない。こんなのありか？
ソガースマン。さっき帰り討ちにあったあいつ。
わめくなよ。
Hmm.
やばいやばいやばい。おい、それ。
うるさいからさ。
ガキが。
Oh, here he doesn't say a thing, it just gives the beep. None of that matters. Then we're back to Momo, where it will still beep, but for good reason. Now we're back here where we saved before.
まだ諦めるもんかよ。まだ諦めるもんかよ。まだ諦めるもんかよ。俺にできることは。
Yeah, both the cities.
まだ諦めるもんかよ。まだ諦めるもんかよ。まだ諦めるもんかよ。俺にできることは。
Hmm. It would make sense if we could somehow connect to the system and get a superpower. Because maybe his sacrament would be moving really fast or slowing time. But I don't know how we'd go about that. Everything to do with it. We don't actively have the timer up now. But number we have to load at? Maybe, maybe. But how would we, with the game systems, connect with Momo now? Wouldn't be a save or a load, right? Display legal? Oh boy. No, that's okay. don't think any configuration would do it. Yeah, so far this game hasn't messed with settings. I have to think that with the configuration, I have to assume that that's how that is. Did we have one saved at Momo? Yes, but not at the point where... Oh yeah, no.
サクラメントを試しに使ってみた
Okay,
よ。
so that wasn't
再
it.
生数がとんでもないんだ。ヨンちゃんのすごいハッカーたちが。
That's not it. Yeah, I had the same. I wasn't even looking at chat, but yeah, same thought, same time.
俺にできることは。
We saved there, so that's fine. Anything different from the main menu? Library? Ah, can't access it yet. Tips list is the same. Config should be the same. Help should be the same. Game start, load, or load autosave. But this theory doesn't really sync well with the what it's telling us at the end. Okay. I mean, awesome. Hell yeah. But what did I do? It was the bad feeling save then. Okay. Cool. Cool. Hey, it checks out. It's what it was telling us. Just because he can't save doesn't mean we can't save. And clearly this time he can see it. Back. Holy shit, I made it. Yes, yes. Nice. Good job, Anon. You're the best. Man, oh man, I'm glad you made that save. Okay. That wasn't too bad. Honestly, I feel like the tip at the end was pretty good for it. I mean, I might get a bunch of horrific flashback attacks again, and it's not like I have any idea what the rules are for loading your save data, but what I do know is that your save brought me back, and that works for me. What's going on? I'm almost taken aback by my sudden hype. Wait, you can load again? So you were in a bad enough situation that you had to load then. I was, yeah. But things are going to be alright, yes? You can tell? Of course. You seem so full of confidence right now, Pollen. Yeah, I'd seen the path of light. It was the reason I'd come back to this point. Seen the future, and this time, I'm in it to win it. You weren't before? Just like before the load, I ran around desperately dodging Asuma's attacks. Thankfully, I hadn't had a single flashback since I loaded. Maybe it worked differently because you're the one who saved Anon? Oh, something's wrong! Look at the sky right now! I did its cross-side and looked up, saw the upside-down Tokyo inside the torn-open sky. And my fill of upside-down cities the first time around. If Anon hadn't made that save, I never would have seen this again, that's for sure. Hey, Anon, you can create saves in this world, right? Right now, it seems like your existence is unknown even to Asuma. Maybe you're from a world layer way beyond the Asuma above. Maybe you're in another dimension, totally separate from all the world layers. I mean, you know... Well, you never even talked properly, but there's no doubt in my mind you've been helping me all along. I mean, so, thanks. Not like this was over yet, though. You buildings kept raining down, and I was in constant danger of getting crushed. Man, this is our second game this year where we have been directly spoken to as the controlling force. Yeah, we the player are canonically the person who gave him the saving and loading power, and he just doesn't have a name for us because we can't talk to him. But like, we're the person who like can tell him when to like load a file. Like, that is us canonically in game being like, hey, you should load a thing. Oh, does it? I've played a good chunk of it. Oh no, I did Star Rail, but I haven't paid a ton of attention to the story. So I'm like 2 worlds deep into Star Rail, but I couldn't tell you what the story is, beat by beat, at all. Buildings kept raining down, and I was in constant danger of getting crushed. But like, Labyrinth had Fanti, who was very distinctly us, the player. Like, that was 100% us. Like, explicitly so. Shockwaves and explosions were knocking me around so much I spent more time rolling around the ground than standing. This is nuts! I knew I'd been through this once already, but still. Shit, I hadn't memorized when or where the buildings fell. This was just as brutal the second time around. Even now, all I could do was frantically run around. No, I'm not gonna break, not again! That's true, we were also canonically in the first game, yeah. I need a PT in physics and quantum theory. Yeah, I'm okay without that. That's okay. I had to seize my chance. I couldn't waste that moment again. Even when that building fell on the Vatican, even when Juno was deleted, those weren't the moments to act. I kept myself from rushing in there and waited. It was seconds away. I only had to hold out a little more. Just a little longer until that trail of light would reappear amidst the mayhem. Oh, well, this is a save we had before, but I'm going to save it again because there's no reason not to. Rel, fight the power. 6 missiles flew overhead. They'd been launched by some wizard-level hackers who'd hacked into the Italian army systems. They all hit a falling building and exploded over the Vatican, raining debris over the city. The missiles had no effect. Let's watch the videos. Oh, okay. It goes that deep. Jeez. With its foundation exposed, the building slammed into the ground, giving rise to a tremor. This was hell, but the time was near. I looked up. I couldn't miss that moment. The sky split open once more. The skies to the east and west opened up too. The Statue of Liberty and Manhattan skyscrapers were inside the eastern tear, and through the western one I could make out Big Ben and that giant Ferris wheel. New York and London, just like you said. It really looked like the end of the world. The sight was enough to drive anyone to despair. But this is exactly what I was waiting for. The moment had come. Oh, that was the second countdown. The second countdown was to this moment. Colin, the BPTS launched your cargo. You brought everything you asked for. It's all on you now. What did they launch? Yeah, thanks. They launched his Graper. He's riding his bike up those buildings, 120% likely. There's no way. There's no way. He doesn't have time to run it, and it's cooler to ride your bike up it. 100% they launched at him. I looked up again. In the tear connecting the city to Tokyo, I could see a faint light approaching at an immense speed. The trajectory was perfect. The CCO had prepared something for me. I'd asked them to send me a certain thing at a certain time once the skies over the Vatican and Tokyo were linked. The BPTS passed through the tear. It would reach me in about 10 seconds. I ran to the drop point. All the running was making it hard to breathe, and I felt like my heart was going to explode. With my eyes fixed on the designated spot, I sprinted as fast as I could. The window of opportunity was going to be real narrow. I don't know what was going to happen next, but I had to try. And you're with me, Anon, so I know I can do this. Landing in 7 seconds. I ran and ran until the cargo, my Graper, landed in front of me exactly where I needed it. I had to go slow first on self-drive. I caught up to it fast and jumped on. Finally, I switched from self-drive to manual. Let's go! Get a load of this! Wreckage from the 3 cities was still falling through the gashes in the sky. Tokyo, New York, London, up, right, left. The buildings were defying gravity and hurtling straight down on a collision course with the Vatican. There were way too many to count. That number could turn the city into a wasteland of debris, but I'd seen something else amidst the chaos. The path of light. Cross, analyze the topography and get me the route. Mapping in progress. Yeah, that trail. This was another thing I'd asked for ahead of time. We got permission through Graham to have the JUSDF military stats deliver us real-time topography of the area. I got them to calculate and display a path for my Graper. Turned out to be the exact route my instincts had shown me before I loaded. Follow that path. If I follow that path, I can make it to Asuma. Quickly switch to the optimal settings. I knew I could count on my ride to get me there. Time to fly. Path of light led me straight to a piece of rubble shaped like a ramp. Full throttle. It had to be on the bike. Like, the game starts on the bike, it had to be. I flew into the air. Clearing a huge gap, I landed on the Empire State Building as it passed by sideways. No other building, of course. This didn't feel safe for a second. I felt like I could fall any moment. Only one route would work. If I messed up and strayed from that route, it would be all over. But I could see it clearly. Swerved upwards across the broken wall of a Tokyo building, and skimmed my Graper over a group of buildings that had fallen out of London. Before being able to do something like this is actual nonsense. I believe that. But we're in the future, so it's fine. I ended up on a wall at a right angle, but I sped up and shot all the way to the top. That's where I needed to be. There you are. I saw Asuma. He stood in the air as he looked at me in shock. You, how? Hang on, God, gotcha, bro. Let's do this. Funny, the entire game we were telling him what to do, and it's the other way around. How did you get all the way up here? Playtime's over, Asuma. You're way overdue a timeout. Shut up! Get away! Go away! Go away! Suddenly a small dark point appeared in front of me. All in one layer up, maybe. The hell was that? The micro black hole! Get away from it! Small dark point moved towards me. Its gravity compressed the rubble and buildings around it. It was crushing them, consuming them. It's about to swallow me whole. Well, I wouldn't go down that easily. Glad I saved. Who would have thought that would have been useful? I don't know what you're going to do to stop the black hole, but you know. Dodge. Is he going to Yoshi off his bike? It's the optimal strat. Until you have to worry about landing, but it's the... Oh, we get comic again, alright. Bet. We'll keep trying this as many times as we need. Does he fully say Anonymous-kun? What the hell? Who are you talking to? High and mighty super hacker, who happens to be my observer. Server? Is that why? Is this observer the reason I can't predict your actions? Yeah? Oh, it's this! Go away. You fucking go away! Where did he get a missile? Hell yeah! I could fall for that again. Awesome. I don't get it, it's fine. That's true. That's true. Dodge the black hole with a missile that you've launched off of your bike in midair. Oh, yeah, you gotta ride it. That's true, he can fly one. Boss. Stop throwing a tantrum! Oh, grit those teeth. Get over it! This world isn't just yours, damn it! The landing's gonna be harsh, though. The landing's gonna be harsh. He beats all. We both fell. We were pretty high up. I wouldn't be walking away from this crash landing. But that didn't matter to me.
世界は
Well, it doesn't belong to you. That's why it can be changed.
それを
Just keep your eyes wide open and watch it happen. Watch. And stop crying. Could see Asuma cooling off as we plummeted through the air. Caught sight of the rifts of the sky closing. The buildings falling down became bits of light and vanished. We had about 10 minutes left. My battle was over. All that was left was for Momo to save the world. Counting on you, Momo. I mean, Kamina knew it. Sometimes you just gotta give someone a good punch. It can be the answer sometimes. When things seem like they're going totally wrong and somebody's just spiraling down, sometimes you just gotta punch them. Is there anything percussive maintenance doesn't work on? To 1 billion people now. The rate at which people are connecting is growing exponentially. If this continues, we'll have a whole 3 billion before the end. This is amazing. The end is just minutes away, but there's so many people holding on to hope. Tried again. But these weren't tears of sadness. People had answered my call. They hadn't given up on life. I could sense them giving their all to stand against the despair. I looked outside the glass cylinder. There's still 10 minutes left for her to die, and I hope she doesn't, but like, historically, I saw Rosario smiling at me. She looked content. Felino was lying next to her. Rosario had protected me until the very end. The tremors had shaken the room for more than an hour had stopped. Holland must have taken care of Asuma. We have more than enough people, but they won't overload the world just by using their powers at random. They all need to use their powers at once. We had 9 minutes left. Everyone had worked so hard to give me these 9 minutes. Now it was my turn to do something. There was nothing to be afraid of anymore. Let's begin. Together with the 1 billion people connected to me, I was going to bring about a miracle. I called out to the world through the internet. All those of you who have connected to me, the time has come. Please, shower miracles upon this earth. I have no doubt that by doing so we can avert the end. Join as one, save the world. Didn't actually know how many miracles were necessary to overload the world. I just gathered my resolve and rushed ahead. Now, show me that you're here. As soon as I'd sent out my invitation. This is bad. Your vitals are going crazy. What's going on here? Expected this. Keep it going. These readings, you could die. The will of over 1 billion people flowed through me. Miracles occurred the world over. Even if each miracle alone didn't amount to much, with so many people connecting to me and using sacraments, it was no wonder the burden was so enormous. I felt like 1 billion tiny needles were flowing through the blood vessels in my brain. They pierced my veins as they coursed through them, spreading around my body. 1 billion chambers of memory from 1 billion lives flashed endlessly across my mind. It felt like my own will was close to being washed away by the raging torrent. My mind, I was going to lose my mind. I had to endure it. If I couldn't, we would never reach the output necessary to overload the world. That was why I didn't care if I lost my mind. Just had to endure it for a few more minutes. A few more minutes and our final miracle would be realized. A billion people had connected, but not all of them were dedicated to saving the world. In fact, most of them had not prayed to Mary in the name of hope, but because they wanted miracles to wield for their own ends. Some struggled to comprehend what was happening and used their miracles simply because they were told to. Some used their miracles because they didn't want to die. Some figured that since the world was about to end, they might as well use their miracles to fulfill their own desires. Some had reached breaking point and started destroying everything around them. Some acted on personal grudges and sought to kill those they disliked. Some yearned for another opportunity to meet with lost loved ones. Some found peace in death by their own hand and spared themselves the anguish of the end. Some wanted to be noticed before they died by even a single other person. The prayers were many and varied. The same could be said of the phenomena brought about by the sacraments. Some miracles occurred with little fanfare. Other miracles granted their users wildest wishes. Some people simply lit up their fingers, while others turned everything within hundreds of meters into a scorched wasteland. But however different their wills were, all of them began to coalesce into a single grand prayer. The people who despaired of the approaching end began to gather and, without instruction, raised their hands to the sky. It's always the spirit bomb. It's instinctual, you just know it. Their hands were shining brightly. Each of their powers was supposed to have been distinct, so the reason all manifested the same effect was a mystery. It was a phenomenon that could easily be called a miracle. As if it was the most natural thing to do, billions of people all over the world held up their lights. The surface of the earth began to shine with them. Though scattered at first, the lights soon formed tight clusters as the people began joining their outreached hands. Gradually, the light started to spread, from one to many, micro to macro. Streaks of light were pulsating over the surface, connecting with and flowing toward one another. They were akin to rivers, or perhaps they were more like the cells of the nervous system, a vast field of neurons. I suppose. I've never actually seen the Digimon movie, but I'm aware of it. And it's shockingly good English soundtrack. I had no idea how I was still alive. Even the slightest movement was agonizing, and I couldn't see myself standing up anytime soon either. Asuma was crouching nearby. It said all I had to say to him, so I kept quiet. Is anyone else seeing this? Look at the satellite image. What I saw next was genuinely divine, but it felt somehow gentle too. Oh man. I just never was into Digimon growing up, but I know a lot of people who were and speak highly of the movie. Without the Digimon. I've heard that too, yes. I could tell Momo's hard work paid off. Good job, Momo. The end was less than a minute away. We just had to wait for this global miracle movement to bring about the worldline collapse. There's nothing more I could do. Would it work? Would it fail? Whatever was about to happen was beyond the scope of any observer. Either everybody's memories were going to reset, or the world was going to end, and every one of us would disappear with it. And even if we succeeded in pulling off the worldline collapse and averting the end, Momo was going to be gone from us. Did we really do the right thing? This was what Momo wanted, and I agreed to her plan, knowing exactly what it involved. But, hey, Anon, what do you think? The soul, how you define one? All the other complex stuff like that doesn't matter right now. All we know is that Momo won't make it. She's the only one who's going to disappear without a trace. That's just kind of wrong, don't you think? I said I'd help Momo because I wanted to help make her wish come true. That was how I'd convinced myself, but I can't lie to myself. I know she can't be saved and all, but still. I wanted to save Momo too. I wanted to save her. Oh, I can't hit anything here. The decision. The load screen. Resolved to start all over again. You're telling me to load? But the plan worked out just fine. We stopped Asuma. There's now a good chance that we can avert the end. You're still telling me I should load. Yeah, I get you. If I have any regrets, I can just try again until I'm satisfied. I'm gonna stick to my principles and help who I want to help. After all, I'm an Anon with a bright future who can't sit idly by when someone's in need. I suppose so. It's been there. I don't care about risks. Something can go wrong, it can go right too. Guess you'll be sticking with me a little longer, Anon. How's that? The save I'm gonna load. It's this one. Alright. I truly don't see how there's a way to both save all of this and her, but I'm down for it. Let's do it. Like, hell yeah, I'm on board. No, yes, more non-subtitled. I mean, I don't think I missed anything context-worthy there. You can hear me, right? Where are you now? Have you gotten to the building yet? Give me a sec, Cross. Quickly check the time. November 22nd, 2037. Can you hear me, Anon? Or is this before you start observing me? Well, whatever. I've come back 2 months. This is before you even met Momo. Also, hey, Potts. Things are going. How you doing? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Yeah. Yeah, where are you right now, Paul? Yeah. I kind of figured that didn't need. Still have my memories. I can remember everything I went through between now and January 19th. kind of worried I might get those flashbacks, though. What's different this time is that I used your save instead of one I made myself. He finally loaded the original save. Did that when I fought Asuma too, but that save didn't take me too far back. 6P never loses. That's true. He doesn't seem to get flashbacks when it's not his save. When he loads my saves, he seems okay. This time, I don't really know what's going to happen. But I came back knowing the risks. If I shut down and end up unable to do anything, it'll be my fault the world ended. That's why I needed to do something else first. I gotta summarize everything I went through up until the last load, store that in a shareable format, and give someone access to it. If I do that, then in case I get the flashbacks, somebody else will still be able to step in and take over for me. I should get on it right now. My ultimate goal is this: avert the end while saving Momo. For that, I'll use all my knowledge of the future to take the best course of action and handle everything flawlessly. It's gonna get busy, I know. So he's going to make a perfect document of... Thankfully, I hadn't suffered a single flashback. Maybe it was because I used one of Anon's saves instead of mine? Of course, I sent all my data to the future on the cloud my data on the future to the cloud just in case. If something happened to me, that data would be sent to Cross, Oz, Ken, and everyone else. January 19th, the end of the world, was 11 days away. Before I loaded, today, January 8th, was the day Asuma fell into despair and created the asteroid. But that didn't happen this time. The world was actually pretty peaceful right now. The days were passing without incident. What did you do different then? That changed last night, though, when the Pope suddenly announced that the end was near. Okay, so that's still happening. I want to know how the hell he saved Asuma, because, like... Damn. Damn. You can get more context? Okay. No, we've already passed that, Potts. We've definitely passed that. This is already fast-forwarded. That didn't matter too much to me. I was on my way to Symphony, where everyone was waiting for me. Well, we might finish the main game tonight. Oh, it seems likely, but we'll still have a bunch of scenes we missed that I'm going to try to go through. Like, we're going to try to platinum the game, too. Those scenes, even if they're not immediately relevant, I want to see them. But, like... She lost. But I don't know if she got... She got defeated. So, yeah. But... the plan at the end was going to basically have Momo get erased. And obviously, Pollen wasn't about that. Stopped in front of the cafe building, and found someone crouching on the stairs to the second floor.
Momo.
I ran over to her. I together. She was holding her temple and her eyes were quivering. She was clearly seeing a vision. It's okay in my book. Yeah, that's fair. And I feel like them saying that we 6P'd Asuma is drastically underselling what happened. Asuma connected London and the Vatican through the sky and was dropping Tokyo buildings on us. Okay, but... yeah, fair. We had the police idols send us a rocket shipment with our bike and a missile. We rode that bike up the collapsing buildings. He threw a black hole at us. We used the missile to dodge around the black hole, pointed a gun at him, but when we got close, we just uppercutted him. We told them to grit their teeth and, you know, 6 feet in the sky. I mean, yes, the point gets across immediately, but it was definitely, it was pretty cool. Pretty cool. In conclusion, 6P. He was clearly seeing a vision. You okay? Nah, keep 6P the way it is. Pollen. I called out to her. She looked up at me with a blank expression. I'm sorry. She suddenly snapped out of it and stood up. Saw a vision, huh? Yes, I saw all sorts of things. I saw so much. She must have gotten a glimpse of the day the world ends. Frequency of her visions was increasing as the end was getting closer. According to her, though, the stuff she'd seen in her visions recently wasn't all that tragic. I hope that was because of my actions. Don't worry about me. People are waiting for you. Momo took my hand and ran up the stairs.
ポロ、来たか。
Oh, you're here. Hold on. Save it there. So he does have saves back there now? Jesus, so many saves. Oh yeah. So he's made some saves along the way where he was doing some stuff. Okay, cool. Nifty. And he does still have the power to load and save, which he didn't by now. My man, you're wicked late. Yeah, my bad. The cafe was packed, so you all saw it. Everyone nodded. We used our BMI to replay the Pope's emergency statement. Surprised the Pope himself would admit something like that. According to Mr. Kaburagi, it was also a surprise for the leaders of every country in the G26. It's just as you said it would be. Yeah, you even got the timing right. Your existence doesn't make any sense. What kind of person can predict the future without using an Earth simulator? You get practically everything right, too. You really do piss me off. He may not have gone... he may not be broken, but he still doesn't like us. I didn't say so. Okay. It's a modern prophet. I'd like to see the game through on the path we're on now, but I will be checking those. Like, the plan is to see everything we can in Platinum the game. But I feel like we're so close to the end now, I kind of want to get there. Yeah, yes, they've definitely been doing a good job of keeping the pacing tight. And it's good to know that I can check those out, and I will be doing that. I also found a 100% guide earlier, but the guide was like, you'll be able to figure out the end of the game, use this when you're done to fill in the gaps. And I was like, cool! Closed out that. Rather have gone with a looser pacing. Fair. That's reasonable. The Messiah, praise be! Yes, I think so too. It was missing a lot of that, yes. Colin, why don't you stop the Pope from saying that? Knowing you, there's probably a good reason, but... Get lost till after. Yeah. Well, I was looking for a spoiler-free one, but even the spoiler-free one is like, you won't need this. Play the game through. Come back here when you want 100% it. I was like, hell yeah, cool. I already told them that the Pope was going to make a statement today. I could have stopped it, but I chose to let it happen. Wind, you seeing any news of mass suicides? Fortunately, yes. Real grim stuff. After the Pope's speech, there's been an uptick in reports of suicide all over the world. Look. Most of them are Christians. The Pope himself denounced God, so it makes sense they'd despair like this. I knew it. The world's starting to sense the danger. That's what I wanted. I made the decision to not take any action and let those people die. I knew there would be suicides, fewer than last time, but still. I had to let them happen. I felt like I had to do something to stop the world from getting too relaxed. Those people wouldn't listen to Momo's calls while attempting the worldline collapse. We needed people to desperately seek hope in her words. If we lacked the number, the worldline collapse wouldn't happen. So if he's still going for the same plan, how is he going to save her? It was my fault the worldline had been so calm. It was all because I'd used my memories from before the load to deal with everything perfectly. Asuma hadn't been consumed by grief or synchronized with the version of himself above. His asteroid wasn't approaching the planet, the Holy Office 513 were basically toothless at this point. They had no control over the media either. The endless disaster from before disappeared, so the despair they'd brought was nowhere to be seen either. That was a good thing, but it was kind of a problem too, considering our plan. Honestly, looking at the fate of the world in such a cold, calculated way made me feel kind of sick. When I remembered what I'd said to Asuma before the load, I felt like a hypocrite. I was playing God myself now. When everyone looked at me, I saw trust in their eyes, trust and expectations. No one here would ever doubt my choices. Colin, the end is upon us. Please, show us the way. I thought you already come up with a plan to prevent it. As long as Takaoka's here, we got nothing to worry about. The government has pledged their full support to you. That includes the police, of course. You've amassed plenty of fans outside of Japan, too. You're really popular. You've truly earned it. Who knew that time traveling so that you knew everything that was going to happen and solving every problem the world was going to face perfectly for 2 months would make you really popular?
お前には借りがある。だから最後まで手伝ってやるさ。
I owe you, so I'll help you until this is over. Pollen, make your choice. The future depends on it. We can save the world as long as you're here, Pollen. Meeting you is a true miracle. Do whatever you tell me, anything you need me to do. You are my hope, the world's hope. No pressure. It wasn't the savior, it was you, Momo. Oh, that's not. No? Pollen? Nothing. Don't worry about it. Alright, we've come this far, and there's one last thing we gotta do. Put a lid on the end. We're gonna get this shit done, yeah? Everyone's morale was high. I still don't get how it's gonna save Momo, but, well, let's go. I left the cafe and headed into town alone. They asked me where I was going, but I didn't explain. I just told them not to follow me, so they didn't. The city looked peaceful outside, but the end was definitely closing in on us. All going well so far. Done everything perfectly. I'm gonna keep this up until the end. I said it aloud to make it more convincing. Noticed there were dozens of high schoolers and children around. They were looking at an AR sign with me on it. They all seemed really hyped. I had no idea who'd done it, but someone on Hack actually made an AR art set. Kinda looked like fan art. As I got more famous, the signage spread throughout cities all over the world. 90110N's gonna save the world. That was what people were expecting to happen. Believe in our Pollen. Messiah's for real. Goat hacker. Just watching him gets me fired up. He's like the protag of a manga. Not only did he get on the same level as Cicada, he surpassed him at light speed. I'm witnessing the birth of the hacker god. Wonder how far into the future he sees. I'm a bet he's seen beyond the end. Hey, Anon? Want to join Nakano Symphonies? He's a true hero whose name will be recorded in history. Obviously, I'm the only one who remembers everything until the 19th. Everything before the load. I feel like with every problem I solve perfectly, the distance between me and my friends, between me and Momo, is just getting bigger. This time around, I'm a hero who helps those in need. Everyone looks at me with hope in their eyes, with trust in their eyes. They listen closely to what I say and praise what I do. People all over the world see me as their hero. They're practically worshipping me. It's Momo who's going to save the world, not me. She's the savior. All I want to do is save her. Gifosato Gaming. I'll simply do what I want to do. Pollen and I together. Almost gone, isn't she? Wait, no, shut up. This is the path I chose. I'll save her no matter what. Sorry. Kinda had to let that out. You're the only one I can confide in about this stuff, I guess. Alright. Had to pull myself together. This was no time to flinch. Yeah, I was gonna see this through without a single misstep. Gotta do it right. Let's save Momo. Yeah, sorry for the wait. There's no need to apologize. Your arrival was punctual. We'd agreed to meet up in BMI VR space. It was shut out from all outside data, making it the perfect place to talk one-on-one like this. After the load, I'd contacted Kent right before the pool hack. In fact, when I spoke up about everything I knew, he'd actually contacted me. I still told him to go through with the pool hack, just so I could flex by dealing with it right after it started. Kent had complete trust in me now. Let's get right to it. Like I told you before, I had 2 goals, saving the world and saving Momo. I'd already told him about the plan to connect Momo to Necro Pilgrimage. I'd also explained that Momo would cease to exist as a result of the world line collapse. The goal of our meeting was to think of a way to save Momo. By the way, your plans to cause the world line collapse by hacking the world itself, yeah? You think it's gonna work? Frankly, my estimate is 50-50. That's why I was looking for intelligent individuals, for someone who could help me hack the world. You, however, have far surpassed my expectations. Not intelligence, it's just foreknowledge. Thanks. I'm sure Momo's plan would have worked if I'd let it run its course, but now the situation is different from the future I expected. Experienced. The world was overwhelmed with despair last time around. It was way worse than how people are reacting right now. It actually did feel like the end was upon us before. That's why people all over the world answered Momo's call. Things are less grim now, though. I intentionally let the Pope make a speech to change that. We need billions of people to respond to Momo, but as it stands, that might not be achievable. Continue to place a load on the world then. Regardless of which method works, success is success. Also, I'm not too concerned about the participation of the population. Why not? The entire world now has their attention on a certain messiah. Me, huh? Who's suggesting that I call out to the world in place of Momo. Yeah, I guess I can be a pretty good influencer. That took care of the world line collapse. Now, let's talk about how to save Momo. I thought about this every day since I'd loaded. Of course, I hadn't come up with any good ideas, though. But there's something I wanted to check. I'm only asking because you might know something about this. But is there any way to contact an observer from our end? In all recorded cases of contactees witnessing Mary's appearances, the observer had established contact. It was never the other way around. There he is. I want to reach out to one of them. I'll get him to help save Momo. Remember, observers are merely people from higher world layers. They would also be affected by the world line collapse. The only ones unaffected are the residents of the topmost layer, the original humans. The observer's layer of origins is beyond my knowledge, to be frank. I doubt that there is a way to determine. Observer is unaffected by the world line collapse, huh? I might know another one. What? Who are you talking about? Hey, how's it going? My observer, Anna. Even when Asuma synchronized with himself above, he still couldn't perceive Anon's existence. And when he deleted all my save data, Anon's data was untouched. Maybe that was because Anon was an even higher upworld layer. But that didn't seem like the answer to me. Felt like Anon was watching from some other dimension, maybe outside the whole world layer setup. It was worth checking out. I shared all my thoughts with Ken. Let's see. Your observer could be monitoring the world through the Black Knight. Their dimension. You know. Who knows? I mean, once we're in a digital world, like, yeah. The Black Knight. It's a construct rumored to have orbited the Earth since 16,000 years ago. We're getting into conspiracies now. Black Knight cannot be detected in normal conditions, hence my speculation is that it functions as an observer's eye. So what you're saying is, they use it to check out the Earth simulator, like a hidden camera? Which also indicates a line of connection between it and the observer. If you can find it, it will be your means to communication. And if that connection could also be used to temporarily shelter Lucia, Momo Aizaki, in the observer's world, she might be able to survive, huh? It was a gamble, but honestly, I was used to taking risks now. The only way to save Momo was to play outside the system. I have to contact the gang and get them to look into this stuff ASAP. Damn, how did I manage to get this Black Knight idea so quick? I barely gave you anything to work with. Did you find an old record of it or something recently? It's a discovery while investigating the Marian aberrations. I learned that over 100 years ago, a contactee was searching for the Black Knight just like you. Yeah, I suppose so. Bring your local waifu to life, why not? Who? Nikola Tesla, of course! The legendary inventor! Here. Want to find the secrets of the universe? Think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. If your heat could be turned into electricity, it would light up the whole world. My brain is only a receiver. In the universe, there is a core from which we obtain knowledge, strength, and inspiration. Genius is a flash of the 1%, which brings an effort of 99% to nothing. If you only knew the magnificence of the 3, 6, and 9, then you would have the key to the universe. Words left by Tesla himself. You want to find the secret of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. I've read the whole thing. The key to the universe. Make more sense. I didn't. Okay, that's fine. I've only played the visual novels and watched Steins Gate and Steins Gate Zero. No, I haven't actually watched Steins Gate Zero. I really need to watch that. Indeed, my theory is that it's a means to contact the observer, devised by Tesla. They gotta make a game out of it, clearly. Make it a visual novel. Once you connect to Necro Pilgrimage and open up the channels, we'll ask everyone in the world to use sacraments at the same time. I had Momo come over so we could discuss the plan to cause the world line collapse. It was Momo's own idea, but we couldn't wait for her to think of it, so I just explained it myself. We need about 1 billion people to pull this off. We'll all work together to put a massive load on the world. At the same time, Ken's gonna hack the world itself. As long as one of the plans works out,
どちらかでも成功すれば世界線大変動を起こせる。
We'll have ourselves a world-line collapse. It is untranslated. Oh, so there is a VN adaptation. It's just not translated. Cool.
ただしこの作戦には
This plan has one major, unavoidable side effect, though. What is it?
世界線大変動
When
に
the collapse forces the world to reset, all of the countless world layers will synchronize with the topmost layer. But you don't exist there, Momo.
君だけがいない。
You alone will be gone from the entire world after reset. So Momo has to be sacrificed for this to work. Why?
ボロンさん、私
Don't do it. Leaves a lot to be desired. Oh, great. Okay. So just watch the anime on that one, I guess. Shouldn't you think it through? My wish is for the world to be saved from the end. Besides, I've already made up my mind to do anything Paula needs me to do. I'm happy right now because there's something I can actually do for the world. Don't worry.
君だけ
I've
が
already got a solution to this problem. Momo, you're not going to disappear, I promise. You look so sad right now. I wish I knew why. Mushroom trip. Oh, okay. She took my hand and held it tight. I'd like you to know that I'm so grateful for your thinking about my future. Thank you. Momo's shoulders were shaking. So you want to turn an entire person into data, then temporarily isolate that data so it can be used as a backup. Understood. Crystal clear. And that's why you want to get in touch with my colleague, right? Are we actually gonna see Krisu?
そうだ。
Yeah, there's no better person for the job, is there? Correct, there's no better person for the job. Nope, this is quite exciting. By the way, once the end is averted and we're about to restore Momo, what are you going to do about her body?
この世界はデジ
The
タル
world's
だ。
digital. I bet it'll work out
なんとか
somehow.
なるさ。
I mean, he's not wrong. It just worked out the first time. Well, we have seen quantum teleportation in action, so you may well be right.
それもそうかもね。
It's only because they keep dangling it. If they mentioned her once, it'd be like, ah, hey, look, a shout out. But this is like the fourth time.
ももちゃん、
Don't worry, Momo. Don't be nervous either. The person you're about to meet is, to my knowledge, the foremost genius in the world.
何しろ
Oh, if you
彼女は
pull the rug out. If you cut to a new scene right here, I'm gonna... Okay,
着いたわ。
we've arrived.
来たわ
Okay,
よ。
here we go. There's a bunch of staff inside the lab. It's also a chair that was so impressive it looked like it belonged in an operating room.
よう
And
こそ。脳科学総合
welcome to the General Brain Science Research Organization. Oh, it's the Amadeus version, but at the same time, cool. I was hoping for the real one, but I can't be mad. She was standing there, fully blending in with her surroundings. So you're
高岡ポロンさん。
Paul and Takoka, Momo Aizaki.
はじめまして。
I'm Krisu
マ
Makase.
キセクリスで
It's
す。
a pleasure to meet you.
正確に
To
は
be precise, I'm
オ
an
リジナルから
Amadeus
約
version of Krisu
28
Makase.
年前に
I
発
was
生した
separated from my original about
アマデウス
28
のマ
years
キセ
ago.
クリスですが
Yeah,
Why? Why did you do that?
I'll take it, but man, it would have been really nice to see like actual time having passed Krisu.
ここだけの話。
Keep this to yourselves, but Amadeus Krisu has less of an attitude than Krisu herself. It's about the biggest difference, though.
リリー、
Liddy,
今
I
の
won't mention what you
発
said
言
to my original.
はありがとう。
Thanks, Krisu.
あなたが
And you must be
挨拶
Momo
になったんです
Aizaki.
ね。
Yes,
緊張してい
I
ます
can see
ね
that you're tense, but don't worry. We'll only be copying your data. The process won't affect your body at all. Our search for a way to contact the Black Knight satellite continued. While that was happening, we decided to convert Momo into data so she could be set up to it. Kent's idea was using the Amadeus system. Specifically, we were going to use the tech managed by Krisu Makase, the one who helped develop the Amadeus system. It could scan Momo's brainwaves and turn them into data, and if we sent her identity and memories to the Black Knight, we could temporarily remove her from this Earth simulation.
それじゃあクリ
Okay
スさん
then, Miss Krisu, please continue. Sat down on a chair. A ring device came down from the ceiling. That must have been the brainwave scanner.
ちなみに
By
今
the
日
way,
は
will Kent Korehisha be coming today?
来てたら
If you were here, you'd spend 3 hours scolding him.
1時間で済
Cut
ま
it
せる
down
つ
to
も
1,
りでした
actually.
愚痴ならいつも私
If you
が
want to
聞いてあ
complain
げ
to someone, you
て
can
る
just
じゃない
use me to do it too anyway. You do it
あ
anyway.
なたは興味のな
You
い
have
話
a
題
habit
に
of
な
half
ると
ignoring
人に
people whenever
話
they
を
talk
流
about
す癖
something
があ
that
ります
doesn't interest you.
あら
Oh,
見抜か
you
れた
noticed?
当然
Of course.
少
The scan will last for about half an hour. All you have to do is sit here. However, the process will involve inducing a series of various emotions in you. Happiness, joy, pain, sadness. By evoking such emotions, we can capture various patterns of your brainwaves. It won't affect your body, but it might put some strain on your mind. Okay. Kuso and I went into the monitor room next door. We could see Momo from here. Starting the scan now. Kusu checked the data on the monitor. She looked serious. More memory data than I'd anticipated. As much as 2 people's worths, or even more. Maybe it's because she has memories over time as Lucio? That really it. Still seems a bit much if you ask me. Will this affect the scan? Holland is Taku's son. No. Because that would mean that Taku procreated, and I refuse to believe that any woman would, and that he'd have time to pull himself away from his MMO for long enough. So no, I refuse. Yeah. It'll take longer, but that's all. It's not a problem. I watched Momo through the window. She was sitting there with her eyes closed. Her expressions were changing every 10 seconds or so. She looked happy one moment, then in pain the next. I could see large beads of sweat on her forehead. Is she really okay? It's natural to feel uneasy about this. She's being forced to experience various emotions against her will. Anyone would react the way you are. Scans used to take days, so the whole process was incredibly taxing. What? You're worried about her, aren't you? Lydia told me about your plan to prevent the end of the world. It's very intriguing. I could tell just how much you want to save her. Even though your memories will be reset, you want her to keep on living, don't you? People believe that the continuation of memory is what makes people who they are. Even if the end is averted, you won't retain the memory of saving her, and the same can be said for her. That's why I think this choice, your choice, is a wonderful one. Made a promise. That's true. I mean, if in the future they find a way that he can procreate with a like AI girlfriend, it's all over. It's over. It's over. What? Real girls? No, not Taku. I said I'd help her, and my pride didn't let me back down, is all. Maho to help you. You know, older Maho. Man, imagine Maho old enough that she starts to actually shrink more. Yeah, it was my pride. Sure, it'd be better if everyone remembered everything. That's not what this is about. Momo's been through some tough shit, to say the least, and still, she's always been trying so hard. Tiny old lady Maho is absolutely what Saidv needs. But after all that, she was going to get wiped out from people's memories, from this world. Just her. I couldn't bear it. I want to save her soul, at least. If Momo can live on in the world after the end, just like everyone else. I'm cool with that, even if I never see her again. My original once told me about an individual who struggled outside causality, fighting alone for the sake of others. Yeah. We've heard. You must be the same. I wouldn't say quite the same, but there's definitely overlaps in their predicament. Momo's brainwave scan ended without any problems. Now we had to come up with a way of contacting the Black Knight. As well as Kent and the gang, we'd gotten the help of a bunch of experts from all over the world to figure something out. We'd also checked out various documents and materials regarding the satellite, and we'd finally stumbled upon something promising. Hiccups. In order to make contact with the Black Knight and temporarily store Momo Aizaki's data in it, there are multiple goals that must be achieved. I always knew this wouldn't be easy. It was an idea people would normally dismiss as unthinkable. First matter is the location of the key to the universe. Rosario, who'd been investigating the Holy Office 513's database, took over to report the findings. The key to the universe is currently sealed at a certain location. 513 had the information in their database. Walking to the same bar. It must be a really low bar. Our team had no trouble accessing the Holy Office's classified info. As a former agent, Rosario knew a thing or two about 513, and we also had Kent, the brain behind the Vatican's necro-pilgrimage. They barely had a fig leaf to cover themselves with. Where is that? The Sagrada Familia. Whoa! It's a basilica that is now recognized as a Catholic holy site. It's also the place where Rosario's father, Cardinal Bertone, was murdered. So the Holy Office took the key from Tesla, but he died before he could retrieve it. The seal to the key must have been created by the chief architect, Antoni Gaudi. That guy was a member of the Illuminati. And although officially he died in an accident, he was actually assassinated by 513. He knew how to remove the seal, so they must have killed him so he couldn't talk. Maybe the Vatican declared that this Let me try that a second time. Maybe the Vatican declared that the Sagrada Familia was a holy site because they wanted to keep the seal safe. But why? Would it be a problem for them if someone used the key to the universe? 513 have assassinated all uncooperative contactees. This is probably no different. The goal has always been to eliminate anything that might hinder the realization of the fate line. That made sense. Well, that was why they wanted the key to the universe sealed away until the very end. And again, that thing might actually allow them to communicate with the heavens through the Black Knight. Wouldn't surprise me if they kept it around just in case. I mean, that'd explain why they just locked it up instead of destroying it. Yeah, makes sense. Asuma, do you think you can decode the seal? Obviously. You just have to do what the Holy Office did when they were confirming the miracles. I'll have Gaia recreate the moment Gaudi made the seal. It's as simple as that. Currently using 513's database to determine when that happened. As soon as you know, we'll be able to decode the seal. As good as Paranormal Sight has been, and as much as I'm enjoying this, I'm looking forward to a day coming up where I don't have 4 hours of narrating straight. It's been good times, but I'm definitely looking forward to that. It sounded like they could handle the investigation, so... What else are we going to do besides get the key? The key will be used to communicate with the Black Knight. That's true. Potts said they're free most of next week. Clearly not Tuesday, Wednesday because of D&D. So I'm thinking either... I don't know if Potts is still here. It probably went somewhere by now. Maybe either we'll start tomorrow, and then Tuesday I'll finish up Paranormal Sight. Good to know. Or I'll do Paranormal Sight tomorrow. Tuesday we'll start Signalis, and then I'll D&D on Tuesday. Okay, so Potts, do either of those work better for you? Would you rather start Resident Evil 6 Monday, or would you rather start Resident Evil 6 Thursday? Or any day works, really. I've heard nothing but good about it, but it seemed like a good Halloween-ish game from the vague screenshots I've seen. So I've had it downloaded and ready for months, and I'm really excited to play it. So, like, I'm hyped for that. Signalis, Resident Evil 6, and Fatal Frame are the 3 we're going to get done before October's ended. Or started before October ends and continue. Thursday. Okay, cool. So then the plan, I'll post it on the Discord, but the plan will be finish Signalis tomorrow. We'll start with the crappy visual novel for Arclight. Tuesday, we'll start Signalis. Thursday, we'll do some Resident Evil and figure out more Resident Evil. After that, whatever days Resident Evil works, we'll do that. And when Resident Evil doesn't work, we'll do Signalis and Fatal Frame. Till we finish Resident Evil. In the house after having guests over all weekend. Perfect. Alright, then that sounds perfect. Works really good for me. Hope it was a good weekend. I mean, having guests over, I assume was, and for like a birthday week and weekend, I assume it was probably a good time. However, communication comes after establishing contact with it. So we gotta contact it first, then we'll talk, huh? Correct. And for your information, the Black Knight does not exist in this world. Where is it then? It's located outside of our world, where we cannot perceive. There's still more to do after starting it. Yeah, no worries. Have arbitrarily given its location the name Load Free region. Load Free. We've established that the world is simulated, right? Even for a QCDC, a simulation of this scale would be pretty hard to run. Exactly. That was why Momo and Kent were planning to increase the load and force the simulation to reset. To minimize the load, the QCDC optimizes the simulation. Specifically, it omits every place that is not being observed until somebody actually sees it. Like a video game does, yeah. It was a good time. Heck yeah. Very good to hear that. It emits outer space. And it emits the inside of the planet too, like its core and mantle. It even emits the area right behind you. What? You won't notice if you turn around. The emission would end the moment you turned. Even if you see what was being emitted, your brain might not register it. I mean, even the missing squares puzzle is enough to fool it. So what you're saying is, if nobody is looking at you, You're invisible. It's quite the superpower. Quite the superpower indeed. That could be useful. Friend from high school, over from VA after not seeing them in 7 years. Very nice. Oh, hell yeah.
なんなんだ
Anybody who has not seen Mystery Men should see Mystery Men. If you want a vastly different take on a superhero movie than what all the current superhero movies are, while still being really good, and in my opinion, really funny, watch Mystery Men. Just watch it. Missing what puzzle? Let's take a square with 12 centimeters sides and split it up like this. Oh, this. This is how people on the internet thought they could make infinite chocolate. I remember this. Now, if we take the same pieces and make a rectangle like this, its area increases by 1.
は
Huh. Tilted my head and used my BMI to calculate it. 21 times 21 equals 441, and 13 times 34 equals 442. It actually increased by 1.
嘘だろ
The hell? What happened there? Interesting, isn't it? This is actually just an optical illusion. The parts don't actually make a rectangle.
マジか
Man, sure fooled me. Even the brain's misinterpretation can affect reality, so you can't be sure that everything you see is real. Wouldn't you say that notion is especially true in a digital world?
まあ
Well, I guess.
確かに
Shoutouts to my boy Blue Raja. Yeah. Honestly, maybe it's because I saw it when I was younger, but I like the spleen. It's cool to see Paul Rubens in other roles, and the idea of somebody with tactically accurate, deadly farts is just objectively funny to a kid. It just is. What was man, there were so many good characters in that movie though. What was her name who had the bowling ball with the skull of her dad in it so she could throw it and would actually move around and home in on people? What was her name? Well, I guess.
でも省略
But is the mission necessary? The guy at QCDC can display the entire Earth, right? Also, fun fact, the skull is the soul of her dad. Yeah, if you watch the actual full music video to All Star by Smash Mouth, there's cameo, it's about, there's bits of that movie in there. That's just in the full video. It can, but why display something that nobody's looking at? It would only invite freezing and errors and lower the equipment's lifespan. I think it's All Star, right? Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe I'm thinking of a different music video. I swear it was All Star though. I haven't watched it in a while. I've heard the song backwards and forwards, literally. I don't know if I've actually watched the video in a while, but I thought it was that one. What is an old computer game? The old game screen. If game devs wanted to show large worlds in high res using limited tech, they had to channel detail to wherever the player could see by siphoning it from areas they couldn't. This is accurate. Ian Garofalo. That's the actress's name, correct? Yes. I don't remember the character's name, but that is the actress's name. Absolutely. She had a superhero name, but I don't remember it. But damn, well done. Games absolutely do this. I've even seen gifs of Horizon Zero Dawn where they pan super far out, behind the character, and you can just see the world load in as you turn the camera. It's super trippy. And it's just a void where you're not looking. If you turn around, the scenery you saw would be generated in detail, while wherever you were looking before would be omitted. Telling us the bane of zoom-out shots. Yes, I imagine. Pretty sensible from an economical standpoint.
普通なら
So we're talking about a place you can't normally see.
テスラは
Tesla succeeded in creating the key to the universe, but he was unable to reach the load-free region. Consequently, he had to abandon his endeavor to establish connection with the Black
地下
Knight.
領域外に行くた
He
めの
couldn't find the means to get to the load-free
手
region.
段という
It's less about the means and more about him not meeting a certain condition. The same could be said of myself.
条件
What's the condition?
リアルタイムで
To be observed by the Black Knight in real time. Huh.
じゃあ
Then,
そうだ
indeed,
君なら
things are in your favor. Awesome.
そりゃさ
Oh yeah, I haven't seen it in a long time, but it's a great movie.
不可領域外への生き方
You
に
should watch it again.
テスラの言葉がヒントに
And as for the means to reach the load-free region, Tesla's words contained a hint.
そこで
This is where you need a math nerd like me. Thought about the meaning behind the numbers 3, 6, and 9, and this is the conclusion I came to. Numbers 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8 normally keep the dimensions within and maintain a harmony. But under certain special conditions, there can be a perfect harmony that causes an endless loop. This loop contains the numbers 3 and 6, and within it, energy moves back and forth between those points. When the energy created by this momentum reaches 9, we have an energy conversion.
つまり
What does that mean? This is what's called vortex math. What's generated here is perpetual motion, free energy. Impossible, yes. Device that can continue to move without receiving any energy from an outside source. Nono and I are using it as a base to create a free energy transformer that doesn't generate heat. Such a device would require greater processing speed with every loop, but would theoretically generate infinitely high frequency and voltage. Using math to unravel quantum mechanics reveals a perfect harmony. In a physical world, perfect harmony like this is impossible. Even though this idea is theoretically correct, environmental factors and such prevent it from being proven. It was just one of those things. But now that we know our world is digital, such restrictions no longer apply. Bowler, it's so obvious. So obvious. This free energy transformer, the vortex coil, should work. I gotta watch that movie again. With it, we create a temporary distortion of the world. It will last for a mere fraction of a second. But during that brief moment, a small rift will be created in the world within your field of view. You should be able to see the load-free region then.
ボルテックスコイルだっけ
Yeah, exactly. Who needs physics when you're digital? A vortex coil, was it? What's the difference between Momo's plan and using your coil to create a glitch in the world? The glitch will only last a moment. It won't overload the world, and however many glitches occur, the world will stay intact. But it's possible that in the moment, you'll arrive at a future that not even Laplace's demon could predict. A transcendental entity proposed by mathematician Pierre-Simon Laplace. The idea is that if something were to exist, like the demon, that knew the exact location and momentum of all matter at once, one singular moment, it would be able to flawlessly predict the future. Okay. I get the concept behind it at least. So is that how it was? Huh. Anyway, add my method now. Hey, Anon, thanks to you that I've made it this far, and it's because of you that we might save Momo. So see this through to the end with me, would you? Damn right. That would be the perfect time to cut it for the night, wouldn't it? Maybe? I haven't actually watched it, but possibly. It would make sense. The Sagrada Familia. It was my first time here. I was in the underground chapel with Miss Ulid and Nono, completely empty except for us. Our plan was already in motion. The place is guarded by the Holy Office agents and other followers, but Kent isolated them all in VR spaces and instantly neutralized them. There's a story on that, so that makes sense then.
ガウディコードの解読状況は
So how's progress on the Gaudi code?
問題ない。
El Senor Paulin Takoka y otros japoneses? Salatron. Yeah, do you know what? I'm just gonna not. It's fine. It's Spanish news. Talking about him. It's fine. Viper Spanish. I took Spanish in high school, but it's oh good. We'll have it decoded in just a few minutes. Not like we're gonna mess up a quiz we have the answers for. The local media is reporting this live. Well, ain't that an honor? I checked the time, and someone called me. Paulin? It was Momo. She was at the Vatican.
そっちもそろそろ
Gonna start soon? Yes. Once Momo opened the Necro Pilgrimage's channels, people would be able to connect to her. And for the plan to succeed, she needed about 1 billion people to do just that. Help on that front? I'd done as Kent had suggested and made a statement telling the people of the world to connect. Momo was with Juno, Rosario, Graham, and the army, and even Asuma. There were still some Holy Office agents around, but with Felino gone, they weren't worth worrying about.
何も心配いらない
A little bit of that.
モモが世界を
Oh,
救う
sorry, yeah. Oh, true, it would be Italian. You're right. I was thinking Spanish, but you're right. They're, yeah. I mean, they're both Romance languages, though. So, like, while there are differences, if I was fluent in Spanish, I'd at least have some basis of knowledge of Italian. I'm not fluent in Spanish at all, but they overlap in a lot of places. What is it? Spanish, Italian, French? I don't know if there's any other Romance languages, but they're all based off a common core. Don't worry, you're going to save the world. Paulin?
どうした
Yeah?
モモ
Momo? Oh, just thought that it'd be nice if we could see each other again. But since I will disappear, that can't happen, can it? But you're gonna put me in the world that comes after the reset. Well, when that happens, could you please say hi to me?
俺だって
You know, I won't remember anything
そ
either.
の時は
Yeah, Yes, that's true.
そうでした。
Latin, that would make sense, yeah. Also Portuguese. Okay, I thought there was one more, but I couldn't remember which one.
それじゃあ
Anyway, I'm going. We'd already copied Momo's data. The problem was that that data was from a week ago. It wouldn't contain her memories from today. The Momo who'd resolved to break into the Vatican and sacrifice herself for the sake of the world would be gone. Also, I don't know, they've already said that we're basically going to go back in time when it resets, because each layer is predicting the future a little bit, so we don't know how far back it's going to go. Or use anywhere. Okay, okay. Good to know. It's possible that she ends up with memories of the future that didn't happen yet. It's possible that it goes back more than a week when it resets. We don't know what that time is going to be. They didn't even estimate. It's just, it'll go back. So the unhinged pizza joint made right? Ooh, very nice. I love... It's rare you hear somebody refer to a pizza joint as such, but that usually means it's well deserving of it. Oh, Momo from before the load, the one I met first. She was gone too. I couldn't preserve her. I'd failed. Still, I was going to save the person I knew as Momo. I wouldn't let anything happen to her. I nodded. Time to check out in on Oz again. Yeah, this Momo really is super different from the OG timeline one. Like, the OG timeline Momo had that moment where she, like, saved the school children and got to, like, really come to her own. And theoretically, this one kind of didn't. She's just like, oh, hey, you know everything. This works? Oh, double-decker pizza. Oh, that sounds awful and delicious. I unmuted the news. Almost half an hour has passed since Paul and Takaoka and a person we believe to be Cicada 3301 entered the Sagrada Familia. Look, the Grand Gaudi Code was considered one of the key symbols of the Sagrada Familia, but 15 minutes ago it vanished. Was this the work of Paul and Takaoka? He is the center of global attention this very moment and has promised us to deliver the world from the end, approaching in just a few hours. In a world that is denied God, he is the Messiah and the hope of mankind. Let's watch closely for further update. The Gaudi Code has changed again! Huh? What is this? And it's done. In the underground chapel, the floor beside the altar moved with an imposing sound. Ordering a stuffed crust, them, instructions unclear. We put a pizza in a pizza. Perfect. That's the best instructions unclear. Nice job, Oz. Without a sound, Kent appeared next to me. Let us begin. Finally. Tension, tension, fourth dimension. Miss Lid was holding a weird donut-shaped object. That was the vortex coil, the device that would lead me out of the load region. But it wasn't much of a device, just a coil woven into an odd shape. Whacked out of their mind. I love it. Awesome, yeah. Well, the double-decker, yeah. I would flaunt the hell out of that. It was packed full of dozens of meters of copper wire and nothing else. According to Kent, there was probably no need to bring it along. He said the effect should be the same no matter where it was used. But I figured that if something went wrong, it'd be easier to fix it if we had the thing on hand, so I got Lydia and Nono to come with us. Let's do this. Oz had been solving the Gaudi Code in another room, so we waited for him to catch up before moving on. Now that Gaudi's seal on it had been decoded, it was time to get our hands on Tesla's so-called key to the universe. The stairs led to a giant underground space, and at the far end was a painting on the wall showing the Arecibo message. A message sent to space in 1974 to celebrate the completion of the Arecibo radio telescope in the USA's Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. It was aimed at the M13 globular cluster in the constellation of Hercules, about 25,000 light years away. The message is made of 1,679 binary bits. The number 1679 was chosen because it is a semi-prime, product of two prime numbers, in this case 23 and 73. It was expected that the decoder would rearrange the bits rectangularly in a 2D space as 73 rows and 23 columns, creating a coherent image. The image is a depiction of the origins of mankind. Wasn't that from the 70s? The timeline doesn't make sense. When was this mural made? I assume that is the original. Each block was given a color, and together they formed a mural. Pixel art. For a moment I thought I was looking at the Game of Life. Oh yeah, it looks just like it! Momo had played it a few times on the device Nono had given her. Hey, is it just me? Or is that one shining? Oh, we found a shiny? Oh, that's super rare. Miss Lid was pointing at a part of the mural that depicted a human. Right in the middle, the heart area, there was one block that was shining. That was it. That was the key to the universe. We all looked at each other. Took a step towards the mural. Looked closely at the block, trying to figure out what was making it shine, but I couldn't make sense of it. It was the chest area, the place where the heart resided, or perhaps where the soul lived. I gulped, then climbed up the mural. A set of cheese toppings and a donut under a set of cheese toppings and dough. Or donut. Double decker tacos. Those happened, yeah. The mural. It really is a game of life. The mural began to collapse. In just a moment, it was reduced to nothing but a blocky remnant of the picture. But the shining block I'd touched, it sunk further into the wall. I could see deeper inside. There I saw it. A sphere about the size of a softball, shining with all the colors of the rainbow. The block must have been shining because the light coming out of this thing was passing through it. This is the key to the universe. I climbed up the wall again and reached nervously for the orb. It was slightly warm. Didn't feel too heavy in my hand, but now I had what I needed. There was just one thing left to do. Miss Lid, no. Turn on the vortex coil. Okay. Nono connected the vortex coil to some electrodes and a transformer.
ボロン君準
Oh,
備いい
are you ready?
OK だ
As I'll ever be.
観測者
Send my regards to the observer.
あ
Will do.
ノンノちゃん
No, maximum voltage. No, press the switch on the transformer. A moment later, the world was distorted. The world shifted. As well as all the things I could already see, I could now also see the part that had been impossible to perceive. The load-free region. Everyone else here, Kent, Oz, Miss Lid, and Nono, had stopped moving completely. Tried bringing up the news on my BMI, but couldn't. The world had frozen. The only things moving were me and the shining orb in my hand. I finally made it here. Taking a deep breath, I stepped beyond the load region. I held up the key to the universe. Damn right, it's just 42 in there. I didn't know how to use it. It just kind of felt like that was the right thing to do.
さあ
Now, come on out already.
姿を
Black
見せろよ
Knight. The orb began to shine brighter. A path of light shot out of it. Black Knight. Hacking successful. Hacking to Black Knight. Done. I do love his little sticker.
よ
Yo,
やっ
we
と
finally
会えた
got to meet
な
Anna.
今あんたのこ
I
と
see you nice and clear from my side right now.
ちゃんと見えてるぜブラックナイ
Man,
トの
hacking into Black Knight really worked.
俺は今
Communicating with the
あんたが
dimension
一
you're
元
in.
とで
So,
ずっと観測
since
し
you've
て
been
くれて
observing
たあ
me,
んたな
you
ら
know what I want to do, yeah?
これから
I'm gonna temporarily store Momo's data inside the Black Knight. Uploading Momo.
その上で
After that, there's something I gotta ask you to do for me.
世界
When
線
the
大
world line
変動が
collapse
起きて
happens and the world layers are reset,
その世界
I
に
need you to upload Momo's
モ
data
モ
to
のデータ
that
をアッ
world.
プロ必要な
It's
作
a
業を
one-step
一つ
process.
モモのデータを展
Entering
開
a
するため
command
の
to install Momo's
コマ
data
ン
to
ド
the
入力
world.
これまで
You've
ずっと
observed me all this
観測
time,
して
so
き
I'm
た
sure you'll figure out the command right away.
そのコマンドがどういうものか
You see my look of ending?
それは
It symbolizes who Momo is, and
おっと
oh shit, check this out. The world's trying to
世界
return
が
to
元に
normal.
戻ろうどうやら
Guess the little chat's coming to a
あんたと
close.
更新できる
Yeah,
の
I'm
は
sure I'll
こ
get
こま
it
で
right.
らしいようやく
Finally got to keep my promise to Momo.
世界線大変動
Once the world line collapse hits, I'll lose my memories of the future. No more hacks with saving and loading either.
そもそ
Hell,
も
I'll forget everything.
でも
But to be honest, I'm cool with
未
that.
来を知らないこ
Not
とが
knowing what the future holds is a
いか
total
に
blessing.
それが
That's my conclusion.
じゃあ
Alright, I'll leave the rest to you.
あんたに観
Glad I
測
got
して
you
も
as
ら
my
いたい
observer. The sounds, the world itself, everything came back. In my hand, the shining light of the key to the universe faded to nothing.
よろしくな
Counting on you, Anon. Don't worry. I likely won't let you down. No. Okay, so we want the world to be recreated. We do want it to go through. Hell yeah. Where's her data then? Well, in case I screw something up. Lieutenant. Okay. They have a grid. That wouldn't be it, right? That should be it, right?
よ
No,
やっ
it's
と
not
会
it.
えた
I mean, maybe it's the game of life. Maybe that's where it got put. Oh, I did save that one, didn't I? It's probably just loading a file, but I don't know what file it would have been saved in. I doubt it's that. That just reloads everything, right? Max is summoner. Yeah, that still just brings us here. Good to know.
振り落とされるな
Whatever we do, we have to load it from here. No other button works. At all. Yeah, no other button works. I like that the answer is always obvious, and I'm definitely just blind. Did he? No data, no data. No, that's not that one. Of course. Alright, fine, screw you. Damn, it auto saves a lot. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. Which is shocking, I know. We're supposed to load Momo into the new world. It's obvious. Oh, I'm sure it is. I'm not disputing that it's probably obvious. Toggle menu. That's it. That's the one. Play for big brain. Oh yeah, definitely. Clearly, saving it doesn't do it because we saved. So we're clearly supposed to load a file, but which load has her data in it? That's chapter 0. Like, none of these loads have her data. That's the newest one, that doesn't have her data. We did a lot of saves. Each in life game, I'm sure. Definitely. I mean, it's so obvious now that you mention it. Yeah. Perfection. Honestly, went on longer than I thought it would. Well, it's doing something. I don't know if it's bringing her back, but it's doing something. That's all that matters. We're so close to ending this tonight. I don't want my stupidity to stop this. What are we supposed to... I'm assuming we have to load something. What are we actually supposed to load? I'm clearly that stupid. Clearly. Game of life as a help? Really? There is. Ah. Ah. Yup. Okay. Yup. Six times two. Okay. Yup. Code input confirmed. Yup. Yeah. Totally forgot about the instructions. Galaxy. Installed Momo's data.
クロス
Cross, I'm at the
指定の場所に
place.
着いたぜ
時間通り
You're right on time. The client's gonna meet you at 12.
依頼人ってどんなやつだ
I'd like to think I would have found that out, but I don't know how quickly I would have done it this late. But I'd like to think I would have eventually found that out. Easy to say in hindsight, though. What's the client like anyway? A young girl. Got it on his first try.
女子相手だからって
Don't be shaking in your boots now. It's not like I'm telling you to. To be fair, as soon as I saw the help screen, I at least got it from there. That's something, right? Don't be shaking your boots now. It's not like I'm telling you to elope with her. What, you're still gonna make fun of me for that shit? Sorry, I just remembered your face when that lie of yours fell apart, and I couldn't help it.
どうせそんな
Yeah, I don't have anyone like that. And bro, I dropped to my knees and apologized on the spot, didn't I? Cut me some slack. Anyways, back to the job. What does the young girl want with us hackers? Ain't it weird? Beats me? She said she'll tell you in person.
あったら話すと言ってた
He's got memories he don't, for sure.
本当に大丈夫なのかよ
It just makes it even weirder. She's got memories up to a week before the sacrifice. Way after this. Months after this. Wait, no, not months, sorry. This is 120. Whatever. Well, whatever. I guess I'll just stay here and wait for the client. Cross had sent her my face and name so she could call out to me herself. The midsummer sun smiles and beams. The cheer invited by the southern wind. Hmm? Excuse me. I mean, he's still kind of a bratty kid who's gone through a lot of bad things, but he's not trying to break the world. He's still a bit high and mighty. He's still got some issues, boy howdy, but he's not godlike broken power trying to end the world. So he's better. I don't know if I'd say he's cool, but he's better. Notice a girl mumbling something nearby. What was that, a poem? The Sun Plaza was pretty crowded, but she didn't mind. She just kept reciting her poem. She even had her eyes closed like she was praying. Wondrous magic will soon show its gleams, the omens of tears and joy undimmed. With courageous heart we journey ahead. You shouldn't know that. Past leaves of red and petals of blue. That was the previous version of her. Peaches and honey abound where we tread. To be fair, I feel like at least in the games where it's relevant, an overarching theme of Side B really does seem to be that the people you know and the memories you make with them echo out regardless of what the universe does from there. Like, Okabe and Krisu still recognize each other at the end of Steins Gate in the true ending, which they, by no account, should, but the power of friendship truly is stronger than anything that can try to bring it down. A world that's waiting, hopeful and new. I don't know much about poetry, but
いい詩だな。
it's a nice poem. Well, our eyes met. Normally I'd never be able to chat up a girl like that, but for some reason that line just came out naturally. Oh, isn't it? Thank you.
今のさ、
Who wrote it?
それは
It's... Suddenly, a tear trickled down her cheek.
私と
It's a poem I made with someone special to
私だけ
me.
が知っている
Someone only I know.
えっと、
Huh? Why was she crying? Had I said something wrong? What was that supposed to do? Man, girls really were too much for me. Cross, help me out. How do I get through this? The girl wiped her tears away and walked up to me. Her eyes were still red, but she did her best to
コロ
smile.
ンさん
You're Pollen, right?
あ、
Yeah, I am.
もしかして、
Oh, are you the client?
はい
Yes, my name is
相崎桃
Momo Aizaki.
そうなんだ。
I see, you could have said so right away. I was going to ask why she started crying. I didn't want to make things weird. Anyway, I pulled myself together
依
and
頼してくれてあり
thanks for
が
the
とう
job offer. So what's the problem? Whatever it is, you don't have to worry about it anymore.
何しろ
After all,
俺たち
us Nakano Symphonies are
困ってる人
a team of
を放って
Anons
お
with
けない
bright futures who can't sit idly by when someone's in need.
え
How do you know that? How indeed.
コロンさん
So Pollen, my request to you is... Oh. Well, we hacked into God. That's the chapter, the trophy. Alright. Alright. We're definitely gonna... Not next week. It's loud on my end. Next week I'm off, because I'm going into the city. But after that, we'll come back and we'll clear up the scenes we didn't see. It's so loud. I'm gonna leave it, though. The funny thing is, it says that my voice is louder than it, but it's just so densely loud. It's not actually much louder than what... I could manually turn it down, but if I have to have my ears blasted out, so do you. Local volumes are fun, yes. I feel like the subtext under the title for this one is way more relevant than in most side of these. Like, they're all slightly relevant, but like... Well, apparently we missed a lot of scenes, so we're gonna go get those scenes. Yeah, of course I had a good time. Kind of waiting for, I could turn them down manually, but I'm kind of waiting for the credits to... Trying to think where I'd rank it. And what's the best part? The Notaku! And yes, Krisu, kinda. Opening theme, game over! Mob's God. Okay. I can say whatever I want here, because this is getting muted when it hits YouTube. 100%. I can say whatever I want, because this is definitely getting muted on YouTube. No chance it doesn't. And that's fine. It's whatever. I still upload it with the credits intact because I want the credits to play. Like, that's why I always watch the credits, because, like, these people made a great game. But it's gonna get muted. Yeah. Oh, okay. Circle, yes. You can never escape the circle. Oh, gotten sad music here now. So there we can go to library. Cool, that's been unlocked. CG completion 25%. 50%. 75%. Not 100. Okay, so there are some scenes we have. There's like a scene we haven't seen. 2, 3, 4, 5. Jeez. Okay, so we not just missed stuff. We missed stuff with CGs. Okay. I was already going to go back through anyway, but like, we missed an ending movie. We got the grand ending. Oh, we didn't see the not true ending. So. And soundtrack. Nice. Alright, so now that I can be heard and think, where would I rank it? For me, we went right to the true end, yeah. They made it one a bit obvious in this one, which I'm okay with. I'm okay with not needing a guide to find the true ending. I'm alright with that. But I have to agree with Ramen, this one is held back. Like, I don't hate that they went with a faster pace, because it kept everything moving, and it kept the like excitement and hype going, which is good. But they definitely needed more slice of life stuff, but it just wouldn't have quite fit what they were doing. I would argue it held it back a bit, but I don't hate that. Yeah, the fast pacing works for the plot, but not the characters. I like that. That's 100% true. And I'm not upset that they did it. I don't think it was bad, but it does mean that it's never going to be the top of my list. I feel like for me, it's probably, I don't even think did I even rank them after, I finished the original series? Like for me, Steins Gate is the OG. Like I don't know if any of them will beat, let's just clown out. Steins Gate would even be my second. Honestly, probably Chaos Child. Chaos Child is insane. Like, I didn't think I'd put Chaos Child high up when I was going through it, but like, jeez. I think it would be Steins Gate OG, Chaos Child, Steins Gate 0, which is shocking that it went up that list after my original playthrough. Robotics Notes. This or Robotics Notes? I feel like you're right. They're in about the same. Oh, you said Dash. I think for me, this and Robotics Notes are about in the same. I'd say Robotics Notes this. Robotics Notes Dash. Chaos Head. For me. Just for me. Chaos Child is very rough to get through. But I cannot dispute that that made it crazy impactful, and the sheer amount of stuff they did. The fact that that was a 60+ hour visual novel, with the routes it went through and the ending it pulled off, is insane. Insane to me. Absolutely insane. And to me, puts it as the second place. I don't think any side of thing could, for me, beat Steins Gate, but half of that stuff that was irrelevant, so it's fine. Yeah. Oh boy, could they. But yeah. I'm missing stuff here, sorry. Correct, I have the same bias towards Steins Gate. Steins Gate anime was the first thing I saw, and then I went back and played the visual novel and loved it even more. But I also played, when I played through Steins Gate, it was at a time where, and this is the same thing with a lot of people's favorite things in certain medias, it really, the overall themes really resonated with me when I played the visual novel of Steins Gate. I already knew the basic plot and premise. I already watched the anime, but yeah, like No doesn't get a lot of fun fleshing out. Again, there's definitely more scenes. When I come back in 2 Sundays from now, we're going to be playing more of it, and we're going to be getting those other scenes. The plan is to platinum this. I want to get those other scenes and see more of the stuff. I missed a bunch, and I want to see it. So we're going to do that. Yeah. In scheme of things, this feels like a disservice. Yeah. Fighting game. Oh man. I definitely approached Steins Gate Zero wrong the first time I went into it. I wanted more Steins Gate. I wanted the feeling that Steins Gate gave me again. But it couldn't do that. Because it was a different game at a different point in my life. It couldn't do that. It couldn't. I was holding it up to expectations that were impossible for it to live up to. And so I didn't like it, and it depressed me, and I swore I'd never play it again. And I'm glad I decided to play it for stream. I was gonna skip it. I was straight up gonna skip it when I did the whole Side of You playthrough. I'm very glad I didn't. I will, in my opinion, I will never put Zero above Steins Gate. But that's just my personal list. And I can see why other people like it so much, and why other people don't. Because I've been on both sides of that. I get it. Yeah. Whereas OG spoke to me on a super personal level, which is why for me it'll always be higher. It's a personal thing at that point, for sure. Yeah, I can't believe that he's freaking... he's Kirito, right? Yeah. I didn't really know his VA from before that, but everyone in Chaos Child, every voice actor in that game goes needlessly hard. That's why we started the OOF command in that game, because there were so many just like, holy crap, that voice actor went so hard for that. Overall quality-wise, I would agree. For me, Steins Gate will always be the number one, but in terms of like the sheer amount of quality and writing and effort put into a visual novel, holy crap, Chaos Child is insane. Insane. But, you know, for me, there's a reason I have Nendos of most of the OG Lab Mems. If they ever make a Daru Nendo, I'm buying it. They don't. I don't have one, but it'd be great the second we saw Kabe's portrait for the first time. Yeah. Yeah. After going through it the second time, I really appreciate what Zero does. And it did a great job of allowing characters that didn't really get a chance to do much good in OG do good things and actually get to see Steins Gate and Zero have my favorite art of the series. Again, biased as hell. Anything I say pro about Steins Gate is biased beyond belief. So take anything I say with a grain of salt. But that was why I refused to play Steins Gate Elite when I was playing through it. Even though that's got extra content and I want to see that extra content. I refused because to me that art style was so much part of it. Steins Gate art style is iconic to me, and the anime does a decent job of translating that to anime. You cannot one-for-one that. It's impossible. Nobody has that budget. It's impossible. Elite just went, it's animated. Like, it's such a shame that it's harder and harder to find the original. The original art style is just, that is probably my favorite visual novel art style so far. And I've played a handful now. Again, biased as hell. I get it. I'm so biased. If you disagree with me, hell yeah. Awesome. I know I'm biased, but for what it's worth, for me, I just love that art style. And like, I feel like the Chaos series did a lot better job of capturing, like, they went a little more anime with it, which I feel really worked for them. Robotics went 3D models, and I feel like that worked for them. And I really liked the sprites in this game. The sprites, like the VTuber model type sprites, worked really well for it. All of them work great, but for me, Steins Gate's just iconic. It's just, there's nothing else like it. Yeah, I'm glad they did the live 2D for this. It really did a good job. It gave a little bit more animation and life to the characters at presumably not much extra cost, which is wonderful. Yeah. Yeah, and it wasn't a hentai. I loved that while they added boob bounce to the characters, they also made other things bounce wildly for no reason, like bangs. And it's like, okay, you know, you had to add the boob bounce. It's required by Japanese law. But making your hair bounce around like that too, it's like, good. Cool. So yeah. Hey look, it's almost exactly midnight. I had a good time with this game. I'm glad I got it. I look forward to platinuming it. While I wouldn't put it stupidly high on my list, that's really just because the SciDV series is so good overall. Anything on that list that's not last place, even last place, is Chaos Head, and well, I have my issues with that game. I respect what they did and why they did it. The problem is, they made me hate the protagonist. So I hate the protagonist, and like, you succeeded at what you wanted to do, and what you wanted to do was unique. There's not a lot of other games out there that want you to hate the protagonist. But you also succeeded, and I hate the protagonist. And that makes me enjoy the game a bit less, even though it was a really interesting mystery. And it is impressive how much they got you to hate a fictional character that you're supposed to like. You're not supposed to like, but like, he's the protagonist of the story. Yeah, he is unforgettable, utterly unforgettable, and so is the whole story. Like, but for me, as somebody who's very emotionally based in their ranking systems, I hate the protagonist, so I'm gonna put him last. It is good. My list is my personal take, not the quality level I think the game is at. And that said, even last of the SciDV games, still pretty good. I'm not saying I'd give it a 0 out of 10 or anything, but if I'm ranking my enjoyment level going through those games, it's gonna be last for me, even though it was objectively interesting, well written, a good story, I would, however, put it number 1 on my list of unreliable narrator stories. I think it even tops out like Silent Hill 2 in terms of insane unreliable narrator stuff. Bananas, and 2 was my like high bar for that before. Yeah, oh yeah. Series good, games good. I like them. I can't wait to find all the stuff we missed here. Yeah, that's what we got. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing the ARC ticketed game where we're gonna. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be like 20 minutes. But it's gonna be bad. Bad is in like low quality, not like. You know. I never actually read Catch 22. I know of it, but that's about it. And then we're gonna finish up Paranormasight. Tuesday, we're gonna start Signalis, and we're gonna do that when I can't do Resident Evil with Potts, or finish that when. If me and Potts can do every day from then we'll finish. I don't know how long Resident Evil 6 is. So Thursday's Resident Evil 6, presumably Friday, Saturday too, but again, like that's just presuming. We'll know closer when it gets there. Next Sunday I'm off. If I get home early enough from the city, I still won't be streaming, but maybe I'll do like a horror movie in the Discord. I've wanted to show Repo the Genetic Opera for so long, but it's such a bloody and violent movie, and I don't think anyone but me would like it. Well, maybe I'll just watch it myself and I'll stream some other horror movie. I don't know. We'll see. If I'm home in time on Sunday, I'll stream something horror related. It's such a niche movie. It's so damn niche. I love the hell out of it, but like, especially because it is more an opera than a musical. It's not even like, my first time through, I hated that movie. I was like, why would somebody make me watch this? What? But then like, the soundtrack stuck with me. I started humming that. I started looking up more of the music, and I started rewatching scenes, and I went to go saw it in a store, and I bought my own copy of the DVD, and then I watched it a few more times, and now I love the hell out of it. So even when I saw it the first time, I didn't like it. But I don't know. Army of Darkness is a phenomenal movie. Probably one of my favorite horror style movies. I wouldn't call it overly scary, but yeah, well, I don't know when I'm coming back from the city Sunday, but that seems like a good one to do. But you might be watching stuff with anime people on Sunday. Honestly, I don't have a Blu-ray, but I have a DVD copy anyway. I could just pop in my DVD drive. But Army of Darkness is phenomenal. I think my favorite horror movie overall is John Carpenter's The Thing, because it's just absurdly good. But I kind of like the comedy side of horror too, and there is no better comedy horror to me than Army of Darkness. Shaun of the Dead is a close second. Shaun of the Dead is a damn good comedy horror, but Army of Darkness, man. Yeah, we'll get Tone Shift back to Phoenix Wright. I still want to platinum this, then we go back to Phoenix Wright. But I want to... I figure probably next time we stream it, we probably can get all those scenes together. Especially if I'm following a guide. I can't imagine a time where, like, unless I bumble it a ton, where we don't finish it. But then back to Phoenix Wright, game 3. And then Ghost Trick. And then I don't know until the next part of Phoenix Wright comes out. Yeah. I do have to actually end here because I have work tomorrow and I need to relax and wind down. But we have a monster. I've never done Phantom Detective and I hear overwhelmingly good things about it. So I'm very excited.
Let's go.
A quote. Discord. And yeah, it's gotta be document. No.
Hey, Master. I am Math Scientist. It's so cool. Son of a bitch.
I mean, I do own the game. I've only played through the first chapter in my own time, but I do own the game. You have tickets, Sora, don't you? You must. Well, you tend to use yours, so I don't know. I mean, Neko, you can force me to start it. You can't force me to... But yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been Viper of Viperland. Finally finishing the main story of this game, though we will be coming back for more. Obviously, the extra shoutouts to Sir Jude for dropping the 67-month resubscription. And of course, everyone in chat hanging out. I'm down. I keep the game installed and updated, so I'm ready to go for it. I mean, not ready to go in terms of, like, physically ready, but or emotionally ready, but I'm physically ready to go. Yeah. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been Viper of Viperland. I'll see you all next time.